we, having thy fair always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the Queen, the public weal, peace, and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Honorable House now resumes its sitting. Call of the roll.
Mrs. Holness, Mr. Bartlett, Mr. Holness, Dr. Clark, Dr. Chang, Mr. Montague, Mr. Shaw, Mr. Samuda, Miss Grange, Mrs. Williams, Mrs. Mallow Fort, Dr. Tufton, Mr. McKenzie, Mr. Chuck, Mr. Vaz, Mr. Warmington, Mr. Hutchinson, Mr. Charles, Mr. Terry Long, Miss Smith, Mr. Main, Dr. Dunn, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Mr. Morgan, Mr. Davis, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brownberg, Dr. Charles, Mr. Chin, Mr. Clark, Mr. Cousins, Miss Crawford, Miss Daley, Miss Davis, Mr. Golding, Mr. Graham, Mr. Green, Dr. Guy, Miss Hamilton, Miss Hannah, Mr. Henriquez, Mr. Henry, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Lawrence, Miss Lee, Mr. Miller, Miss Morrison, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Dr. Phillips, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Sibbles, Mr. Slowly, Mrs. Vaz, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Williams, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Witter, Mr. Wright, Mr. Samuda,
Members, this afternoon we are going to start the afternoon sitting by paying tribute to the former
Madam Speaker, may I crave your indulgence to indicate that this Honourable House wishes in a very fulsome way to complete the tribute that the upper house began, and would respectfully beg that we defer today's tribute to the first sitting in December. I think it's December 6th, Madam Speaker. May it please you. Appreciate very much your consideration, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, House Leader. I want to start to the sitting as well by informing the House that the clerk received a letter from former Member of Parliament, Attorney at Law, Mr. Ernest Smith. His wife wrote to the Parliament, to the clerk, and by extension to us as members of Parliament, thanking us for the kind memories we shared of him. She said our words were very encouraging and gave the family a lot of comfort during a very difficult period. And you know, as his good friend myself, I just want to say, really gone too soon. But in fact, he has passed, and his wife wants us to know, and the family, that they thank us for extending our graciousness to them during this difficult time. Statements by ministers.
Madam Speaker, I crave your indulgence to indeed, prior to the item statement by ministers, to deal with the matter with regards to the legal aid amendment regulations, such as we had dealt with by the Regulations Committee. So, Madam Speaker, I beg to move for the suspension of the standing order to enable the House to proceed directly to the item announcement and immediately thereafter to reports from committees, followed by notices of motions given orally, and then public business, in order to address a particular matter and to revert to the established order of business upon its completion. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
The question before the House is that the agenda be suspended to allow us to move directly to the item announcements down to public business to enable the House to deal with some urgent business at hand. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Announcements.
Laid on the table of the House today are the following. Ministry paper number 93 of 2021 entitled Cabinet Agenda Issues dated October 4, 2021. The emergency powers specify the areas in the parish of Kingston and St. Andrew, Continuance Resolution 2021. The emergency powers, parish of St. James, Westmoreland and Hanover, Continuance Resolution 2021, and the report of the Regulations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the Legal Aid Amendment Regulations 2021, dated November 2, 2021.
Reports from committees. Chairman, reports from committees. Chairman of the
Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of the House a copy of the report of the Regulations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the Legal Aid Amendment Regulations 2021, dated November 2, 2021.
notices of motions given orally.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled the Offensive Weapons Prohibition Amendment Act 2021 and a bill shortly entitled the Firearms Amendment Act 2021.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move, be it resolved that the report of the Regulations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the Legal Aid Amendment Regulation 2021, dated November 2, 2021, which was laid on the table of the House on the 23rd day of November 2021, be adopted. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice at the next meeting of the House. I will move the Emergency Powers Act, the Emergency Powers Act, Parish of St. James, Westmoreland and Hanover, Continuance Resolution 2021, and the Emergency Powers Act, the Emergency Powers specified areas in the Parish of Kingston, St. Andrew, Continuous Resolution 2021. Madam Speaker, whereas by virtue of Section 21 and 2B of the Constitution of Jamaica, the Governor General may make a proclamation declaring that a state of public emergency exists if satisfied that action has been taken or is immediately threatened by any person or body or persons of such a nature and on so extensive a scale as to be likely to endanger public safety. And whereas the Governor General has satisfied that a state of public emergency existed as a result of aforementioned circumstances, and whereas on the 14th day of November 2021, the Governor General by proclamation declared that a state of public emergency exists within parts of the Parish of Kingston and St. Andrew as specified in the schedule to the proclamation, and hereinafter referred as the specified community, and further declared that the said proclamation shall unless specified, and hereafter and further declare that the said proclamation shall, unless previously revoked, remain in force for 14 days or for such long a period not exceeding 3 months, as both of Houses of Parliament may determine by resolution, supported by a 2/3 majority of all members of each House. And whereas it is provided by Section 23 of the Constitution of Jamaica that a proclamation made by the Governor General for the purpose of and in accordance with that section shall, unless previously revoked, remain in force for 14 days or for such long a period not exceeding 3 months, as both Houses of Parliament may determine by a resolution supported by a 2/3 majority of all members of each House. And whereas, on the provision section of Section 3.1 of the Emergency Powers Act, it is lawful for the Governor General during a state of public emergency by order to make regulations for securing the essential of life to the community. And whereas the Governor General, in exercise of the powers conferred upon him by Section 3.1 of the Emergency Powers Act, made the emergency powers specified areas in the Parish of Kingston and St. Andrew, Regulations 2021, for securing the essential of life to the specified community during the state of public emergency. And whereas Section 3.4 of the Emergency Powers Act provides that any regulations so made shall be laid before the Senate and the House of Representatives as soon as may be after they are made, and shall not continue in force after the expiration of 7 days from the time they are so laid before the Senate and the House of Representatives, whichever shall be the later, unless a resolution is passed by the Senate and the House of Representatives providing for the continuance thereof. And whereas the emergency powers specified areas in parishes of Kingston and St. Andrew, Regulation 2021, were laid in the House of Representatives on the 16th day of November 2021, and the Senate on the 19th day of November 2021. And whereas it is desirable that A, the state of public emergency declared, as aforementioned, remain and continue in force for a period of 3 months until the 12th day of February 2022, and B, that the emergency powers specified areas in the parishes of Kingston and St. Andrew, Regulations 2021, continue in force until the expiration of the state of public emergency. Now therefore be resolved by this Honourable House as follows. 1. This resolution may be cited as the emergency powers specified areas in the parishes of Kingston and St. Andrew, Continuous Resolution 2021. 2. The state of public emergency declared by the Governor General by proclamation on the 14th day of November 2021 shall remain in force for a period of 3 months until the 12th day of February 2022. 3, the emergency powers specified areas in the Parish of Kingston and St. Andrew, Regulation 2021, are hereby continued in force until the 12th day of February 2022. Madam Speaker, whereas by virtue of Section 21 and 2B of the Constitution of Jamaica, the Governor General may make a proclamation declaring that a state of public emergency exists if satisfied that action has been taken or is immediately threatened by any person or body or persons of such a nature and on so extensive a scale as to be likely to endanger the public safety. And whereas the Governor General was satisfied that a state of public emergency existed as a result of aforementioned circumstance, and whereas on the 14th day of November 2021, the Governor General, by proclamation, declared that a state of public emergency exists within the Parish of St. James, Westmoreland, and Hanover, as specified in the schedule to the proclamation, and hereinafter referred to as the specified community, and further declared that the said proclamation shall, unless previously revoked, remain in force for 14 days or for such longer period not exceeding 3 months, as both Houses of Parliament may determine by a resolution supported by a 2/3 majority of all the members of each House. And whereas it is provided by Section 23 of the Constitution, 23 of the Constitution of Jamaica, that a proclamation made by the Governor General for the purposes of and in accordance with the section shall, unless previously revoked, remain in force for 14 days or for such longer period not exceeding 3 months, as both Houses of Parliament may be determined by a resolution supported by a 2/3 majority of all members of each House. And whereas on the provision of Section 3(1) of the Emergency Powers Act, it is lawful for the Governor General, during a state of public emergency, by order, to make regulations for securing the essentials of life to the community. And whereas the Governor General, in exercise of the powers conferred upon him by Section 3(1) of the Emergency Powers Act, made the emergency powers the Parish of St. James, Westmoreland, and Hanover, Regulations 2021, for securing the essence of life to the specified community during the state of public emergency. And whereas Section 3, Part 4 of the Emergency Powers Act provides that any regulation so made shall be laid before the Senate and House of Representatives as soon as may be after they are made, and shall not continue in force after the expiration of 7 days from the time they are so laid before the Senate and the House of Representatives, whichever shall be the later, unless a resolution is passed by the Senate and House of Representatives providing for the continuance thereof. And whereas the emergency powers, Parish of St. James, Westmoreland, and Hanover, Regulation 2021 was laid in the House of Representatives on the 16th day of November 2021, and the Senate on the 19th day of November 2021, and where it is desirable that A, the state of public emergency declared, as aforementioned, remain and continue in force for a period of 3 months until the 12th day of February 2022. B, that the emergency powers, Parish of St. James, Westmoreland, and Hanover, Regulation 2021, continue in force until the expiration of the state of public emergency. Now, therefore, it be resolved that by this Honourable House as follows. 1, this resolution may be cited as emergency powers, Parish of St. James, Westmoreland, and Hanover, Continuous Resolution 2021. 2, the state of public emergency declared by the Governor General by proclamation on the 14th day of November 2021 shall remain in force for a period of 3 months until the 12th day of February 2022. 3, the emergency powers, Parish of St. James, Westmoreland, and Hanover, Regulation 2021, are hereby continued in force until the 12th day of February 2022. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, we'll move for the suspension of standing orders to enable me to take the motions.
Bills brought. Public business.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Members, the question is that the standing orders be suspended to enable the member to take the motion, notice of which was given earlier. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I now ask that the motion be approved.
Is that the motion be approved? Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Motion approved.
Madam Speaker, this Honourable House would have taken note of the recommendations in the report of the Regulations Committee that the Legal Aid Amendment Regulations 2021 dated November the 2nd, 2021 be withdrawn. In keeping with this recommendation, I now ask seek the leave of the House to withdraw these regulations.
Members, is it the wish of the House that the Legal Aid Amendment Regulations 2021 dated November 2nd, 2021 be withdrawn? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I now ask for the recommittal of the items, announcement and notices of motion given orally to enable me to table a set of new regulations bearing the same title, the Legal Aid Amendment Regulations 21 dated November 23rd, 2021.
Members, the question is that the items, announcements and notices of motions given orally be recommitted to enable the Minister to table the new set of regulations, the Legal Aid Amendment Regulations 2021, dated November 23rd, 2021. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Announcements.
Also laid on the table of the House today are copies of the Legal Aid Amendment Regulations 2021 under the Legal Aid Act and dated the 23rd day of November 2021.
Notices of motions given orally.
Madam Speaker, I now beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move, be it resolved that the Legal Aid Amendment Regulations 2021 dated November the 23rd, 2021, which were laid on the table of the House on the 23rd of November 2021, be referred to the Regulations Committee of the House of Representatives for consideration and report. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion.
Public business.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
The question before the House is that the standing orders be suspended to enable the Minister to take the motion, notice of which was given earlier. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I now ask that the motion be approved.
Members, the question is that the motions be approved. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I now move that notwithstanding Standing Order 77-9, the Regulations Committee of the House of Representatives be empowered to hold a meeting on the aforementioned regulation this afternoon while the House proceeds with the day's remaining agenda items.
Members, the question is that, notwithstanding Standing Order 77, subsection 9, the Regulations Committee of the House of Representatives be empowered to hold a meeting on the aforementioned regulations this afternoon while the House proceeds with the day's remaining agenda items. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Members, we now recommit the agenda and move to the item bills brought from the Senate.
Madam Speaker.
The following is a message from the President of To the Honorable House of Representatives, I have the honor to advise the Honorable House of Representatives that on the 19th day of November 2021, a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Incorporational Corporate and Trust Services Providers Act to regulate domestic trust service provider. Please excuse me, let me read that act over. A bill entitled An Act to Amend the International Corporate and Trust Services Providers Act to regulate domestic trust service providers and domestic corporate service providers, to change the name of the act to reflect the foregoing, to incorporate provisions which serve to deter the use of business operations under the act for the purposes of money laundering, the financing of terrorism, and the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, to require service providers to observe customer due diligence requirements, maintain accurate records and systems of internal controls, and to provide for connected matters, was passed in the Senate with 2 amendments on Friday, the 19th day of November 2021. I also have the honor of I also have the honor to advise this Honorable House that on the 19th day of November 2021, a bill entitled An Act to Provide for a National Identification and Registration Authority for National Identification Systems and for Connected Matters was passed in the Senate with 8 amendments on the 19th day of November 2021. The Senate desires the concurrence of this Honorable House.
House Leader, are the amendments being taken today?
Madam Speaker, the amendment will be received by the Minister and appropriate instructions will be given.
Madam Speaker, I now ask for your consent for the Senate amendments to a bill entitled An Act to Amend the International Corporate and Trust Service Providers Act to regulate domestic service providers and domestic corporate service providers, to change the name of the Act to reflect the foregoing, to incorporate provisions which serve to deter the use of business operations under the Act for the purpose of money laundering, the financing of terrorism, and the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, to require service providers to observe customer due diligence requirements, maintain accurate records and systems of internal controls, and to provide for connected matters, to be considered and approved.
Approved today, Minister, or at a later date? Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
And Madam Speaker, I ask that we consider and speak to those amendments at a later date.
Those in favor? Those against? The amendments will be taken and considered at a later date. The ayes have it. For the bill entitled An Act to Amend the International Corporate and Trust Services Providers Act. Is that so, Minister?
That is correct, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I now ask for your consent for the Senate amendments to a bill entitled An Act to Provide for a National Identification and Registration Authority for a national identification system and for connected matters to be considered and approved.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, the bill entitled the National Identification and Registration 2021. No, not yet. No, I'm asking for it to be approved. So I'm going to speak to it, member. Was debated and passed in that other House on Friday, November the 19th, with 8 amendments. The amendment sheet, Madam Speaker, outlining these amendments has been circulated, and members are asked to follow the document as I briefly explain the bases for the amendments. Subclause 5.2a. This provision sets out the functions and powers of the National Identification and Registration Authority, including its interactions with the Executive Committee. The Executive Committee will oversee the day-to-day operations of the authority as directed by the authority. This officer, Madam Speaker, must be held to the highest standards of performance and accountability when carrying out his/her functions under the Act. This amendment makes it abundantly clear, Madam Speaker, that the authority will review and evaluate the performance of the executive authority. It serves to enhance the governance framework outlined in the bill for accountability. Next, Madam Speaker, is subclause 10.7. This provision creates an offence where an enrolled individual requests a replacement national identification card while in possession of his or her national identification card. Members of this Honourable House will no doubt agree with me that many a time we genuinely believe we have lost an essential item and obtain a replacement only to find the original at a later stage. So, Madam Speaker, it would be argued that an enrolled individual who genuinely believed he had lost his national identification card, but who actually still has it, come to me regularly, would have committed an offence upon requesting a replacement of the national identification card. Therefore, the bill, Madam Speaker, was amended by the Senate by inserting the word knowingly to clarify that only enrolled individuals who know that they are in possession of the national identification card but still apply for a replacement, only those persons would have committed an offence. Next, Madam Speaker, subclause 10.12. This provision addresses the commission of offences in the enrolment process, Madam Speaker. It has been amended to ensure that the penalties reflect the gravity of the criminal activities outlined. So, Madam Speaker, these offences cover willful, fraudulent behaviours, including providing false information and obtaining national identification cards to impersonate enrolled individuals. The initial penalty was only a fine of up to $3 million on conviction in the parish courts. Under contemplation of the Senate, Madam Speaker, the provision was amended to insert a custodial sentence of up to 3 years imprisonment or allow for both imprisonment and/or fine. The approach is also more consistent with the treatment of other offences in the bill. Next, Madam Speaker, subclause 11.5. This clause exactly mirrors clause 10 of the Law Reform Fraudulent Transactions Special Provisions Act, commonly called the Lotto Scamming Act. That act, Madam Speaker, attracts a fine and/or a term of imprisonment of up to 15 years imprisonment. When the Joint Select Committee considered it, the recommendation was made that the penalties under the Lotto Scamming legislation would not be appropriate in the NIDS context. As a result, Madam Speaker, the penalty was recommended to be a fine of up to $2 million at the parish court level. In some circumstances, Madam Speaker, the gravity of the offense may require a more punitive approach, and the bill was therefore amended to be triable at the circuit court level, attracting a fine and/or a term of imprisonment of up to 5 years. Next, Madam Speaker, is subclause 1612. Under the bill, an enrolled individual has a duty to take care of his/her national identification card. There are serious risks to the enrolled individual and to the NIDS as a whole, where the authority is not made aware that a national identification card has been lost, stolen, damaged, destroyed, or mutilated. It is therefore necessary, Madam Speaker, to create a duty for the enrolled individual to notify the authority that his or her national identification card has been damaged, mutilated, or destroyed. The provision, Madam Speaker, has been amended such that an offense will only be committed where an enrolled individual fails, without reasonable excuse, to notify the authority that his or her national identification card has been lost or stolen. Importantly, Madam Speaker, a new subclause 1613 was inserted to ensure that the offense will not result in a criminal record. Next, Madam Speaker, subclause 25(9). Under this clause, the authority may authenticate a national identification card and a national identification number or verify identification information at the request of an accredited third party once the enrolled individual has consented. This regime, Madam Speaker, has been made more transparent by the insertion of a definition of the term accredited third party, thereby enhancing the transparency of the national identification system. It also places enrolled individuals in an even more informed position with greater control of the processing of their identity information. The final amendment, Madam Speaker, was to paragraph 7.4 of the third schedule to correct an editorial error where the word authority was erroneously inserted instead of the word inspectorate. Madam Speaker, before I close, please allow me to update my colleague members on the regulations. As I've said before, examples of the enrollment and data security regulations are available to be reviewed on the nidsfacts.com website. Persons may view these examples to obtain further insight into how the authority will conduct its operations and the level of security attached to the authority. Collectively, the draft regulations are 70 to 75% complete and will be tabled in January 2022 for consideration and approved by the Parliament. Madam Speaker, may I just say we want to thank the Upper House for the nuances that they have brought to these amendments. They are not major amendments, but it improves the bill somewhat. In other words, Madam Speaker, where a person has lost or damaged and can't find their national identification card, they go and report it. And if it turns out that they made an error, it's unfair that they should be charged with an offense. And therefore, the Senate, having seen and corrected and added to the bill, Madam Speaker, we want to thank the Senate for these amendments, which are important nuances to the bill. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I hope that these amendments will strengthen the legislation, and I therefore ask this Honourable House to concur with these regulations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. We now move to the agenda, petitions, questions and answers to questions.
Madam Speaker, I, after 21 days, will ask the Minister of Transport and Mining to answer the two sets of questions I now table.
Madam Speaker, at the expiration of 21 days, I'll ask the Minister of Finance to answer the questions tabled in my name.
Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business
Madam
requiring...
Speaker, there are questions due today to be answered.
Very well, Minister.
Yes.
Have you, Minister Samuda?
Oh, yes.
Have you circulated copies?
No, I'm about to.
Okay. When you do, then we can start.
Here. Can you carry this up for me, please? It's all right, all right, all right. No, it's all right.
Madam Speaker, may it please you, Madam Speaker, for good order, that the member on the opposite side, whose questions are being answered, I respectfully ask that he poses the question so the Minister can answer. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, may the Minister of Labour and Social Security answer the questions tabled in my name.
Madam Speaker, we have to understand that the member who is requesting me to answer these questions was asked by someone who sits in another place.
On, please, Minister Samuda.
The mic I have is on. All right. I don't know. Mic. Is this better? You can hear now? All right. So, Madam Speaker, this is in response to questions posed by Mr. Luton Cousins, the member from Southwest Clarendon, on behalf of requests made through a member in another place. Question 1, up to September 2021, how many individuals were traveling on the Overseas Employment Program? Response, see Table 1, which you would have in your possession. See Table 1 below for the number of participants who traveled on the Ministry of Labour and Social Security's Overseas Employment Program, January 2021 to September 2021. Now, we have gone beyond that, and we have data for this month as well, but those came in after this was prepared. It outlines below Canada, 8,985, and United States, 5,727. Question 2. Between 2016 and 2020, how many individuals were selected for the Overseas Employment Program? The response, Table 2 below, shows the number of persons selected for the Overseas Employment Program 2016 to 2021 and total remaining in the pool. You can readily appreciate the totals. Number of selectees, 13,627 in all between 16 and 20. And the total in the pool is 1,486, 1,486. How many individuals are currently in the pool to travel on the Overseas Employment Program? The fourth column of Table 2 on the overleaf reflects the pool for overseas employment agricultural workers as at October 22nd, 2021. Since then, a pre-selection exercise has been conducted and 1,438 persons have been pre-selected for placement in the United States and Canada agricultural programs. Recruitment of hospitality workers, which is distinct from agricultural workers. Can the Minister state how these individuals were identified and selected. Response. The following outlines the procedure for the recruitment and pre-selection of workers for the hospitality program. Applicants must, in order to qualify, be between the ages of 21 to 14 years inclusive. Be literate, must have 2 years or more working experience in the hotel industry. Certificate in skilled area, be fit for work, not have been deported by any country, not have a criminal record, have a valid Jamaican passport, have a taxpayer registration number, TRN, and national insurance number, NIS. Recruitment exercises to pre-select hospitality workers destined for the United States labor market was usually held in January of each year. On an annual basis, except for 2021, the U.S. employers traveled to the North Coast to interview candidates. Apart from basic eligibility requirements, candidates must have experience in the requisite occupation and should be able to submit a recommendation from a previous employer. The hospitality industry is a much more sensitive industry, and there are additional requirements. Interested persons are required to complete a resume or data form, including areas of interest, the occupation that they wish to be engaged in, work experience, qualification, education, and training, and copies of certificates must also be submitted where required. Interview and selection. The candidates are pre-selected, pre-screened, and shortlisted. Interviews are conducted by employers. Successful candidates are advised upon selection by employers, and successful candidates await call from employers, after which they are called in by the ministry to complete the visa application form and embassy appointment arranged. The majority of the persons pre-selected in January 2020 were unable to travel due to a ban imposed by the Trump administration. In accordance with the new policy directives, new workers pre-selected by one U.S. employer in January 2020 were required to be approved by their members of parliament in order to travel. The following outlines the general procedure for the selection of farm workers for employment in the United States and Canada agricultural sector. Interested persons, and go through the range of requirements. They should be between 21 and 45 inclusive, be literate, be fit for work, have farming experience, have a valid Jamaican passport, have a TRN and an NIS number, and would not have been deported from any country, and not have been refused a visa in the last year by the United States or Canada, and not have a criminal record. Recruitment is conducted based on demand by employers. Application forms are usually issued to suitable candidates through members of parliament. I'm going to read this part slowly so everybody understands clearly. Through members of parliament, mayors, councillors, some churches, Ministry of Labour and Social Security parish offices, civil organizations, trade unions, and agricultural schools. Interviews and selection. Application forms are processed and interviews carried out island-wide. Successful candidates are placed in a database and are called for processing upon demand by employers. I wish to point out here that the growth of this sector, the farm work employment, is dependent on the growth of the requests through the farming community that needs them from the United States and Canada. In 2020, application forms were prepared and issued in the usual manner. The exercise was scheduled to take place in May 2020, but was delayed to 2021 due to the onset of COVID-19 pandemic. Based on policy directives, the recruitment process was changed as explained in response to question 5. Question 5, can the minister state if there is a change in the selection process and explain this process, what it is? Response, the use of the application form in 2021 was aborted. Very simply, a decision was taken that no longer would the minister arm himself or herself with a bunch of large brown envelopes with requests for farm workers to be filling out forms and this kind of thing. The use of application forms in this regard has been cancelled. Mayors and councillors were provided with nomination sheets and asked to name 20 persons whom they consider to be suitable for the program. The ministry conducted the 2021 pre-selection exercise to interview and select the persons so identified. The first phase of the activity was held at the Jamaica Conference Center, October 4th to 15, 2021. The second phase took place at the Montague Bay Conference Center between the 19th and the 23rd of this year. On October 26th, a final day was held at the Jamaica Conference Center to interview persons who did not attend on the days previously scheduled. 6, are public servants involved in this selection process? The response is that the actual selection process, interviews, are conducted by liaison officers from the Jamaica Liaison Services in Canada and officers of the Rural Agricultural Development Authority, RADA. Members of staff from the Ministry's Overseas Employment Department organize the recruitment activities and provide administrative support in the conduct of the recruitment exercise. 7, can the minister indicate if overseas employers have made any complaints on the quality of workers coming from Jamaica up to September 2021? And the response to that is we have received no complaints of that nature.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the Minister for his response to the questions. I'm not sure if any of my colleagues or any other member of the House have any clarifications I'd like to seek, but for now, I believe that is it. Thank you.
Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to sittings of the House. Motions for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained. Public business.
Madam Speaker, public business, there are 2 main matters to be dealt with. And I begin, Madam Speaker, by asking you to have the recommencement of the motion with regards to the state of constituency debate. And today we have 2 speakers, the former leader of the opposition and Member of Parliament for St. Andrew East Central, Dr. Peter Phillips, and the member from St. Catherine Easton, Ms. Denise Daley. Madam Speaker, I invite you to ask the member from East Central St. Andrew, Mr. Peter Phillips, the Honorable Peter Phillips, OJ, to make his presentation.
Member from St. Andrew East Central, the Honorable Dr. Peter Phillips.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleagues. The only thing I ask is that my friend from West Kingston listen attentively. Madam Speaker, this is my first time participating in this particular debate. Generally, I have participated in others of the standing debates on the annual calendar of Parliament, but I've been urged by both the leader of government business and the leader of opposition business, and indeed have been persuaded by them to say something in this closing session of this debate. At the outset, Madam Speaker, I'd like to extend my appreciation to you for your efforts in guiding the affairs of an often rambunctious House of Representatives, and to the other members to the clerk and the other members of the staff of the House. In participating here, Madam Speaker, I don't intend to proceed with what seems to be a usual format of pointing out the various projects underway in the constituency by virtue either of the goodwill of the various ministries or because of the imaginative use of the Constituency Development Fund. This is not to say that there are not many projects and developments in the constituency that have been implemented over the years that are remarkable and which I believe have contributed to the improvement of people's lives. I am particularly proud of the fact that all the schools in the constituency have been upgraded, all of them, some 9 schools, that there have been a number of play fees, there has been extensive land titling, and of course the usual education support, welfare support, housing development. 2 points arise here, Madam Speaker. I think the first that struck me is that the most effective projects, school expansion, for example, or land titling, or the provision of housing, the most effective projects all require central government involvement. And the reasons for this are obvious. Only central government has the scale of resources, whether financial, human resource, or technical resources, to make for really effective project implementation. And indeed, only central government institutions have the authority to bring all the agencies of state together to make an impact. Those other programs, largely though not exclusively welfare-oriented, financed through the Constituency Development Fund, are more limited in impact in terms of both the scale and the impact of those projects, and in fact they are generally of temporary effect. All told, however, despite all the things that have been done, and obviously not intending to in any way diminish the things that have been done in the constituency, in mine or any other constituency, I think I can say without fear of any serious contradiction that all told, I don't think that the conditions of life of the average Jamaican citizen has been substantially improved because of the efforts of all of us. And we need to examine this. It can't be really disputed, because the fact of the matter is that if you look at the per capita income figures of Jamaica, per capita income then the truth is over the last 40 years, it hasn't varied much. If you look at the education outturn, the number of children going through our schools who get 5 or more CSEC, including maths and English, again, over the past few decades, it's varied a percentage or 2 up, but it hasn't substantially transformed the lives of our citizens. The truth is, this failure of Jamaica to grow economically and to substantially improve or transform the quality of life of our citizens is a grave indictment of all of us and the political system in particular. I believe, while saying this, I believe every member of this House has a deep and sincere commitment to the improvement of the country and the improvement of the conditions of life in the country. We may not agree on the same approach to governance or to the management of the state, but I believe that every member of this House has a sincere love of country. As an aside, Madam Speaker, I've been in the House 25 years and more, and I've had many opponents, but I can't recall any enemies. And I think it's important for us to draw the distinction. What I think is the case, Madam Speaker, one of the contributing factors to our poor performance, and I think, I always cite this story, and it is, at my stage, age, and position, I can perhaps take more liberties in speaking than I may have otherwise. But when you consider that in 1967, Jamaica and Singapore had about the same per capita GDP. In fact, we were slightly higher. And that today, Singapore is in the order of 10, 11 times higher than ours. It is an indictment, collective indictment on Jamaica and its political leadership on all sides over the 4 decades. Well, that's all right. You can talk your view, I talk mine. I believe that one of the explanations of this is that the tribalist impulse of our politics has led us on either side of the political divide to blame the other side for all failings, to embrace all virtues for our side, and then leave us in the situation where, for whatever reason, the system has not performed for the country as a whole. Yes, it's not all gloom. We have done some things well. We have preserved the democracy. The rights of the individual, one might say, have been strengthened, have been strengthened over the years. The rule of law, though sometimes battered, remains intact. Our cultural identity has been strengthened. Jamaica has made its impact as a cultural powerhouse in the world. I don't know whether all of this is attributable to national leadership, but it's no doubt true. Yeah. Nonetheless, in relation to economic growth and well-being, social transformation, including educational transformation, we have not excelled. Our peers in the Caribbean have surpassed us. You know, one of the ironies is that in 1962, in withdrawing from the Federation, it was said that by some we didn't want it, be encumbered with the pauperized Eastern Caribbean states. But the truth is, with the exception of 2, all of them have per capita incomes exceeding ours. All of them have per capita incomes exceeding ours. And it's almost a paradox, an irony really, that we are still in the category of more developed countries in the CARICOM. They can't, but we can. But more because of size. Yeah? Yes. Now, collectively, well, this is the irony we have. They keep saying to us, we can get better terms if we get poorer. But collectively, the parliament and the parliamentarian is at the center of the nation's political arrangements. By definition, we are a critical part collectively of the national leadership of the country. And collectively, we must be part of the solution going forward. Now, there's no doubt either that Parliament and political parties are losing stature, losing respect, losing the esteem of the people to a considerable degree. We just have to look at the declining levels of popular participation in elections and in a lot of the national political events. This suggests that we should examine the role of Parliament and the parliamentarian. And indeed, this issue has already been raised in this debate. Been raised by the member from East Kingston, Port Royal, been raised by the member from Southeast Centan, and others have alluded to it. It was raised in the press also, I believe, has been raised in the press by a former member of this House. And the truth is, I believe, that we can't build the kind of success that we seek to build if the primary or concern of the Member of Parliament is on welfare benefits and the dispensation of welfare. The truth is that the role in policy making and in oversight that makes for good governance is perhaps more important, essential, if we are to get the kind of outcome that we want. What the country needs is good policy and good governance, and the Parliament, I want to argue, must be central in helping to provide this. Looked at historically in the evolution of the so-called Westminster-type political system, and looked at from the perspective of the constitutional role prescribed for the Parliament. The Parliament is expected to pass good laws, hold the executive in check, both at the administrative level and at the level of the political directorate. Parliamentarians are expected to advocate on behalf of their constituencies' development needs and to make representation regarding to state agencies regarding welfare and other needs of their constituents. Over the years, the welfare function, as has been argued, has become more pronounced. You know, and in many ways it's understandable. There was a former member of this Honorable House, now deceased, who made the point, which I suspect almost everyone will agree with.
Madam Speaker, the member's time for speaking is expired as per the time given for this debate. I beg to move that his time be extended sufficiently to allow him to complete his presentation. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
The question before the House is that the time allotted to the member be sufficiently increased to allow him to complete his presentation. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Member.
Or less. I was mentioning, Madam Speaker, that there was a former member of this House who said to me once, and I'm certain every member will agree except those not running again, that the first responsibility of the Member of Parliament is to get re-elected. And in a sense, it is that preoccupation that has driven or helped to drive the welfare preoccupation of the MP. That is to say, to become a dispenser of welfare benefits to their constituents. But even that role has to be cloaked or has to be understood in a wider context. Because we often forget, or maybe some don't know, the origins of the Constituency Development Fund. It began as the Social and Economic Support Program, 1989. And I, myself, along with the former Prime Minister, Portia Simpson-Miller, were deputed by the then Prime Minister, Michael Manley, to find ways of ameliorating the effects of the structural adjustment transformations that were going to be, that had to be confronted by that administration. Yes, which was introduced. You're absolutely correct. The local development program was introduced by Mr. Siaga earlier. And so, confronted with the same problem of structural adjustment, it was improved. That is to say, the amounts increased and renamed as the Social and Economic Support Program. But the economy did not grow substantially. So people on their own were not able to meet their own needs. And then in 2007, there was a massive increase offered as part of our electoral platform, but and welcomed by everyone in the House. That was the Constituency Development Fund. And so grand was it that it ultimately could not be afforded and had to be reduced. But the fact of the matter is that all of this need was the consequence of the debt. And that we had a debt too high that capital budgets became constrained. And there was a very real risk, in fact, that the political system would lose all respect from the population simply because it was irrelevant to their needs. And so we have continued along the way in dealing with this welfare need, and it has become more pronounced. and all of us appreciate. But we need to understand something. As the debt mounted, everyone in the House acquiesced in the face of the mounting debt. I've often said, and I empathize with the Minister of Finance, and indeed with all ministers of finance, because I have said that, you know, in the House, you have 63 people supporting expansion of expenditure. And only one person, usually, two if he's lucky, or she. But the Minister of Finance is the person who has to think of the revenue side. And if he's or she's fortunate, a Prime Minister will support them. But oftentimes, Prime Ministers also succumb themselves to the blandishments of being grand supporters of expenditure. It's the reality. No, I'm not throwing word at anybody. Facts are just facts. And that is what has happened. And so the essential part of what I want to say, Madam Speaker, is that if we are going to transform the experience of the last 58 years, then what we need to do is to enhance the role of Parliament in ensuring supervision of policy and accountability in the House, because we are responsible collectively for ensuring that good policies get made. Policies that will protect the future, not only of this generation, but of future generations. Now, it's interesting because alongside the increase in this revenue, in this welfare preoccupation that overcame the House, there was another trend in relation to parliamentary reform, and that was to ensure that the MPs got an increased role, that Parliament got an improved role as what you might call the guardian of the budget. Particularly with the establishment of the PAAC, the Fiscal Responsibility Framework, which required that supplementary budgets in particular needed to go through the consideration of the PAAC. That was in order to try to provide some parliamentary protection against the debt ever building up again. Because crises do come. We have one now with the pandemic. And already we have not been able, we have had to adjust. Understandably, we have had to adjust the debt reduction profile and program. Not only here in Jamaica, inside, but the entire Caribbean, in fact, much of the world has had to do it. But which we need to always ensure that we are able to get back on track. And that is moot. It's not yet certain that we won't succumb again to this urge to borrow away to improve prosperity. It's not possible, but there's always the illusion that is created. Other amendments, other adjustments made was the establishment of the standing sessional committees. And that in turn was something that helped provide some check for the executive by enhancing parliamentary oversight. But the truth of the matter is that Parliament is not really able to fulfill the role. The parliamentarians, either in the PAAC, although there is some staff there, but in the various sessional committees, the parliamentarian is kind of left on their own without the kind of support that is necessary. And in the absence of this support, it's very difficult, indeed it is moot whether Parliament can uplift itself to realize the fullness of the vision of parliamentary democracy, which I think is to be found largely in the committee system of the Parliament, or whether we are going to always succumb to the kind of urge for the expression of partisan self-interest and thus remain mired on the rocks of underperformance as a country. The truth is, we can rise to meet the challenges of national development if we are able to find the capacity to work together across the aisle. If we are to realize the full potential of the Parliament, however, I think the parliamentarians need more support. MPs need research staff, need access to technical analysis, need administrative support. Now, I understand the Minister of Finance is wondering where this is going to come from. And obviously, we can't have the resources such as they have in other democracies of giving each member of staff, each member of Parliament, technical staff and administrative staff. But I believe we can do more. Otherwise, what happens? And we see it oftentimes. A bill comes in Parliament, minister speaks. 99% of the Parliament has no interest, knowledge of what they speak. Leave it alone. It even happens in the supplementary budgets, and people are forced to accept either what the Minister of Finance says or the technical support staff of PAAC, and we then end up without having effective policy oversight being provided. I think what a difference it could make, leave aside the budgetary committees, what a difference it could make if the Internal and External Affairs Committee could sit down and hammer out without the partisan posturing a serious policy of crime control and take Jamaica forward. What a difference it could make if we didn't just have this one episode, 2004, you'll remember, educational transformation, where Prime Minister Patterson and Siaga were able to find common ground. It happened for a year, but we weren't able to sustain it. That's why we want the Human Resource Committee of Parliament to be working it out. I have observed in my experience, the best of the Parliament is shown in the work of the committees, because you get the suspension of the partisan preoccupations and we come together and do better. What would happen? You know, we have all the agreement has taken place on needs, and I'm not trying to make no point. But if we had done what we did later, at the very beginning, we wouldn't have had to have had the bangarang in the first instance. If we come together without it, you have to forgive me. So I want to suggest, Prime Minister, that maybe as we approach the 60th anniversary of Jamaica's independence, that the House establish a select committee to consider the role of the Parliament and the role of the Member of Parliament, such a committee could consider the most effective way for Parliament to fulfill its constitutionally prescribed mandate of oversight and ensuring accountability of the executive, both in its administrative and its political aspects. It could consider also the appropriate technical and other supports for the Parliament and the parliamentarians. It could consider issues of the structuring of the committees, their staffing, budgetary supports, etc. It could receive submissions from interested persons and experts in the field from our universities, and it could look at previous studies such as those done by Carl Stone in 1989. It should be given 12 months maximum to report back, and thus the 60th anniversary of independence could in fact institute a new dispensation for our parliamentary democracy. Not just the building, but the structures. In closing, there are two specific proposals that I would hope, if such a committee was set up, could be considered. First of all, I would want to suggest that the CDF office be bolstered to provide for and help pay for the technical supports necessary for good project planning. You know, any major project, I mean, trying to put up a community resource center. And I'm talking now from direct experience. I've had to be a lawyer, or at least find lawyers. I've had to be property valuator to buy property. I have had to be architect or find architectural services. I have had to be a researcher in the community environment to know what's the nature of the population and the needs in a particular area. I think, quite frankly, one of the reasons why we don't get so many good projects is because doing all of that is beyond the capacity of the average member of Parliament, even with the supports. And if there was some means of accessing this or having a roster or register of skills available through the CDF office, it could make for better projects preparation, people to prepare the feasibility studies and the like. The second proposal, which carries us, again, as I say, I want to refer this to the committee, is that when you look at what I would call community-focused projects, and given the likely pressure on the capital budget for some time to come, I am so sorry I have to deal with all of these wage negotiations. Yeah, but anyway, as I said, been there, done that, got the T-shirt. But I believe we could consider reserving some percentage of the capital budget to fulfill precisely the function that this debate was to fulfill, to allow the best community-focused projects beyond the capacity of a CDF to be considered for the budget, with the proviso that in the course of a 5-year term, that every constituency would get access to at least one, and that each year they would be awarded in proportion to the split in the Parliament. And that way we again could could help enhance the relevance of the Member of Parliament and their planning in this area. Obviously, Madam Speaker, the version of Westminster parliamentary democracy that we inherited in 1962 has obviously been outgrown. Rather than adjusting it willy-nilly along the way, let's make the effort now to seriously and collectively examine it and examine our needs as we go forward, determined to make the next 60 years provide a different outcome than the last 60 years has done for our people. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Bangaran.
Well done.
Thank you.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Yeah, man.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I and all the members on this side would like to associate ourselves with the very erudite expressions of the member from East Central. And I wish to indicate that although I haven't got to the point of closing the debate, I wish to assure the member that his recommendations will be given considerations in the wake of the reviews that we are currently doing for the performance of this House and certainly in terms of the administration of this team on this side. So. Madam Speaker, I now invite you to ask the member for St. Catherine Eastern.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct your path. Proverbs 3, verse 5 and 6. Madam Speaker, I give thanks to God Almighty for his mercy and grace. Without his divine blessings, I would not have the endurance to go forth each day to work on behalf of my beloved constituents and the people of Jamaica. Madam Speaker, I will begin my contribution by reflecting on several individuals in my constituency who passed away this year. These salt of the earth patriots remained loyal and dedicated in their support of country and the constituency. They are Mistress Janet Lawrence of the De La Vega City Division, Jennifer Joseph of New Nursery Division, Marilyn Black of the Twickenham Garden Division, and Olivine Clark, otherwise known as Joan Collins from Windsor Heights. May their souls rest in eternal peace, and may light perpetual shine upon them. Madam Speaker, I want to acknowledge and show my appreciation to the Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Mark Golding. I thank him for his continued support. To you, Madam Speaker, Ms. Dalrymple Filbert, for your professional way in which you have carried out your duty in fairness and competence in this House. To my colleagues on both sides of this honorable House, as Michael Manley would say, I am a friend to all and an enemy of none. To the Clerk of the Houses of Parliament, Ms. Valerie Curtis. to my councillors, my constituency, my family, my close protection officers, and my staff, thank you very much. Madam Speaker, it was Marcus Garvey who once said, "A people without knowledge of their past history, origin, and culture is like a tree without roots." Madam Speaker, this honorable House would have heard me echoed on several occasions that Spanish Town has rich historical landmarks to include the Cathedral of St. Diego de la Vega, which is the oldest Anglican church in the Commonwealth outside of the UK. The old courthouse is recognized as the last building constructed in the historical square. It was built in 1819. The Parish Council building was established in 1762 and was the first old house of assembly. The Rodney Memorial Park, built in 1801. The Jamaica Archives, which is the greatest repository of Ireland's written history. It is the home to many important documents, including a few signed by historical giants such as King Louis XIV, George Washington, and many others. The collection is considered one of the richest culture record in the Western Hemisphere. The old iron bridge that was built by the first set of slaves, the Jamaica People's Museum, Craft and Technology, and the Tyner Museum in White Marl. Madam Speaker, the good book of Proverbs again in chapter 22, verse 28 warns, "Do not remove the ancient landmark which your father has set." We must preserve these historical sites and utilize them to teach the citizens of Jamaica of our rich and vibrant culture, while sharing the same with the world. Madam Speaker, I believe there is so much more that we can do to re-energize the cultural landmarks and history of Spanish Town. We must start by rehabilitating our historical sites. One such is the Tyner Village in Central Village. Let us retrain. Let us get our children more culturally aware. Let our young children see how the Tyners live. Give them a sense of how they did their farming and what they ate. Let us ground them in what makes us uniquely Jamaican. That, Madam Speaker, is better than some of the diet of foreign-made cartoons and entertainment with nothing that can enrich the minds, value system, and self-awareness of our young people. Madam Speaker, the constituency has a vibrant welfare program that offers support to the most vulnerable. With the emergence of COVID-19, our efforts through the CDF were doubled. We offer relief to at least 2,000 persons through the allocation that we got from our COVID allocation. Madam Speaker, we had 8 vaccination list sites, and we will continue as we go along. Community space, Madam Speaker. When our people have well-kept space for recreational activities, they live better and have a balanced life. Throughout the constituency, there are many such spaces, including community parks. Sadly, though, Madam Speaker, they are falling into disrepair because of the lack of resources to maintain them. I want to create functioning and safe community parks and gardens. These spaces within communities must offer an array of options for community gardening of vegetables and herbs, beautification, and recreation. These spaces, Madam Speaker, will make our community more attractive and livable, improve the air quality that we breathe, provide spaces for our children to play safely, and family to gather and bond together. I can report, Madam Speaker, that I have renovated the De La Vega City Park, where the elderly and the children can play and relax. In Tredegar Park, we install lights allowing our people to jog and relax more safely. We also renovate the McNeil Park through the Universal Access Fund. Madam Speaker, through the Tourism Enhancement Fund, we completed the project to beautify and enhance the appearance of community, including the zinc fence removal on Monk Street, the perimeter fencing at De La Vega City Playfield, which continues, Dallas Lane in the vicinity of Jonathan Grant High School. Another zinc fence removal project is on stream for Thompson Pen. Madam Speaker, I am thankful for the fund from TEF for these projects. However, there is much more to be done to remove the old zinc fencing and replace them with proper perimeter fencing. This is especially important for the square, Madam Speaker, which sometimes is the first place that visitors come. It is time to take a look at the infrastructure of our historical Spanish town and the adjoining communities. We will not preserve our history and culture if we allow these iconic monuments to crumble and the communities to wither and die because of neglect. The time has come, Madam Speaker, for us to stop paying lip service. Let us restore Spanish Town to its former glory. Let us fire up the passion and pride of our people, many of whom feel that the system has abandoned them. Madam Speaker, the drainage system within Spanish Town is nothing short of a national disgrace. They are outdated. Some of the drains are over 100 years old. Quick and temporary fixes are not the answer. Proper assessments must be carried out and long-term rehabilitation done so that taxpayers' money, they will be able to get value for their money. Madam Speaker, while the CDF is given to all members of Parliament, the allotted 20 million is not sufficient to assist the constituency for a year. Unfortunately, it is all I have to rely on, except the occasional small grants offered here and there from the Ministry of Labour and Social Security or the Ministry of Agriculture or the little when we get our Christmas, and I was told not to call it Christmas allocation, but the allocation that comes in December. Madam Speaker, while I have no issue approaching any minister, I believe no member of Parliament should be at the mercy of a minister in receiving needed support to carry out infrastructural and development work in their constituencies. We must create a development plan for our constituencies that covers at least 5 years span. The approved projects must be funded and not subject to the ministry and the minister's mercy. Madam Speaker, good infrastructure across communities will lead to stronger economic growth. Good roads create greater access, encourage new enterprises, boost established businesses, and provide livelihood. Despite the challenges over the period, and since the last 2 years, we were able to rehabilitate the following roads: Perseverance Drive, Trial Heights, De La Vega City, Red Church Street, Compound, Port Henderson Road. However, Madam Speaker, there are still roadways that are in dire need. And when I said about these rehabilitation, we are talking about patching, is not any overlay. In my constituency, they include Slagerville Main Road, Little Greendale, Waterloo, Mount View, Windsor Heights, Greendale, St. Jago Heights, Gravel Heights, Bonnie Blue Flag, just to name a few. Madam Speaker, I am still waiting on the go-ahead to do the rehabilitation road at Cajun Corner to Browns Lane in Windsor Heights. Madam Speaker, I turn now to water. In this, the 21st century, portable water should be accessible to all. Clean water is even more important as we continue to battle our COVID-19 pandemic. Along with the St. Catherine Municipal Corporation, I provided water by trucking to the needy communities. However, Madam Speaker, this is not enough to cover their needs. I am appealing to the Minister to do the necessary work to provide our people with this precious commodity. Farm work program. Madam Speaker, we were able to supply farm work and agriculture. Madam Speaker, we were able to supply farm equipment and welfare support with the help of the Ministries of Agriculture and Welfare. We are trying to empower our farmers, provide meaningful employment, and help them to lead a sustainable life. Madam Speaker, we have persons from the constituency who have passed the test from as far as about 4 years ago and are still not on that program as yet. We need to stop building up the hopes of our people and then breaking it down. Madam Speaker, these people genuinely want to work. Land ownership and titling. A few years back, the PNP government was on a mission to place title, showing proof of land ownership in the hands of citizens. Madam Speaker, in recent times, this has taken a back seat. This must be corrected urgently. Madam Speaker, land ownership can transform many lives and end the cycle of poverty for so many Jamaicans. Sports, Madam Speaker. I see sports as one of the vehicles to keep our youths off the street and out of gangs. Madam Speaker, for years I've been lobbying the Ministry and the Sports Foundation to get proper amenities in St. Catherine Eastern. Developing the De La Vega City football field and the Fitco field in Greendale, this will offer programs of a wider scale and ultimately nurture
Madam Speaker, the member's time for speaking having expired, I beg to move that her time be extended sufficiently to complete her presentation. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Members, the question before the House is that the member be given sufficient time to complete her presentation. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Member?
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Offer sports program on a wider scale and ultimately nurture and develop great athletes for local community clubs, national and international teams. It will also elevate community life, community engagement, and community togetherness. Madam Speaker, the Prison Oval on Burke Road is a landmark in Spanish Town. It is the home of St. Catherine Football Association and has hosted numerous football matches of international standards. The facility is in a deplorable state and must be a priority for rehabilitation and upgrade. Although we have these challenges, Madam Speaker, the constituency is extremely proud of having several sports groups that have done exceptionally well in local and international competitions. We were pleased to have supported our boys and girls of St. Jago High School at the 21 Easter Grace Kennedy Boys and Girls Athletic Championships. We also give support to the community sports extravaganzas, as these encourage recreation and peace, education, employment, and training. Madam Speaker, when we empower an individual, we are empowering the community and the country. For the 21-22 school year, $6 million was budgeted for education. From this budget, tuition fees, grants has been awarded. Training. Madam Speaker, I now turn to the European Union Art and STA Trust Skill Training Program. We are presently recruiting over 400 students to register on this program. Madam Speaker, we, alongside the Art and STA Trust, will be having a pound-the-corner recruitment drive on November the 25th, 2021 at the Kingston Community Center. The program will also be certifying persons who are working in customer service and public areas attendant who are not yet certified. I implore my constituents aged 17 and over to register to this program. Registration can be done through my office, the CBOs in the constituency, and through ART NTA. Madam Speaker, there's a stigma placed on the youth within the constituency, but this has not deterred many. They have pushed past these negative stereotypes and have achieved excellence in their education and training, attaining their degrees, passing their CSEC, CAPE, and PEP examination. They hailed from communities such as Delhi Vega City, Rivoli, Jones Avenue, Central Village, to name a few. But sadly, Madam Speaker, many who have reached high levels of educational achievement sometimes are trapped in poverty because of the lack of opportunities for good paying jobs. Madam Speaker, the government must create more employment opportunities for our youths who, against all odds, have pushed to achieve higher education. I see great potential in the youth of St. Catherine Eastern, and I want them to realize their dream and break the cycle of generational poverty. Madam Speaker, if we give our young people hope of a better way, we will break the cycle of crime that has gripped and choked our communities. Young people confident in their future will not resort to other means. Madam Speaker, before I close, I must touch on an issue that affects my constituency and has national significance: the National Housing Trust. The National Housing Trust was established in 1976 through an amendment of the National Insurance Act of 1976. It was formed with the purpose of increasing and enhancing the stocks of available housing in Jamaica, as well as providing financial assistance to the most needy contributors who wish to build, buy, or repair their homes. This trust was conceptualized by the great Michael Joshua Manley to alleviate the housing problems and to ensure that those at the lower income level, especially first-time homeowners, would be able to afford a home. Madam Speaker, how on earth what was meant to help lower-income Jamaicans has now become a developer of luxury apartments that the poor and the middle-income earners will never be able to afford? I was told, Madam Speaker, that units are being sold between 27 to 37 million. This is a betrayal of the contributors who sacrifices to fill the coffers of the NHD. Michael Manley, Madam Speaker, must be turning in his grave. Prime Minister, you need to correct this. It don't look good, it don't smell good. Madam Speaker, I now turn to the other matter that has to do with the extended period of students in school. Madam Speaker, I have no objection as it regards to keeping students later in school. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I have no objection as it is in regards to students staying later in school up to grade 13. However, I want to recommend that we need to implement skill-driven courses into the curriculum, such as information technology to the highest level, various skills. Madam Speaker, I am not talking about the old vehicle for mechanical engineering that we place in schools and the 2 pieces of furniture for carpentry. I am talking about equipping the schools for practical courses that exposes students to real-world training and enhance their natural talent and capability. Madam Speaker, do you know why we have so many children leaving schools without the requisite standard? It is because, in my opinion, we are focusing on what we think to be important to the student instead of what the students really need. Let us therefore, Madam Speaker, place more emphasis and focus on developing specialized academics for our students who have specific talents. We must be more prepared for the working world, especially in a skill-driven society. In closing, Madam Speaker, I take my job as MP very seriously. It is a privilege to serve the people of St. Catherine Eastern. I will continue to lobby and work on their behalf with faithfulness, diligence, and integrity. Let us, as parliamentarians, lead with our hearts filled with compassion, love, and care for each other. Let us do all that we can to fix Jamaica. We must fortify our children from a young age with values and education. We must strengthen families and communities. We must give every single Jamaican man, woman, and child the tool to be good and productive citizens who will help make Jamaica in the paradise where we all want to live, work, raise family, and do business. Let us restore, let us renew, let us revive. God bless you all.
Well done, my sweetheart. Well done.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, this has certainly been a very... Madam Speaker, if the members on both sides, who are so animated by the wonderful performances so far would just, nice term, cease and settle. Then the debate, Madam Speaker, which has gone so well, and perhaps is going to become a watershed debate in terms of constituency representation in Parliament with regards to the expenditures as passed by the Honourable House, and certainly the content of which will go into formulating the very next set of estimates of expenditure that will come to this Honourable House for the new fiscal year. Madam Speaker, the move of the motion to enable this debate, the member from Northwest St. Elizabeth will now close the debate.
Madam Speaker, there are 36 members who participated in this state of the constituency debate. The number includes the two speakers who spoke today. The debate started on September 21, 2021, and ends today, November 23, 2021. I'm delighted to point out that the presentations on of our newly elected colleagues were energetic and they were delivered with enthusiasm. I would like to especially congratulate the new ladies who were extremely energetic, and they have, I see, a big future in front of them in this parliament. Madam Speaker, one of the most pressing issues that came out in the debate was the rehabilitation of roads. And this was in just about every single constituency, but especially the rural ones. Another issue that needed urgent attention was water, and this was also one in the rural areas. Other issues from the speakers were drain cleaning, garbage collection, street lights, upgrading to schools, community colleges and community centers, health centers, electricity, abolishment of the shift system, upgrades of the police stations, internet connectivity, tablet devices for students. Madam Speaker, the government has heard the request and will work assiduously to deliver. Madam Speaker, that being said, I now ask that it be resolved that this Honorable House of Representatives call upon the government to take into account proposals put forward by members of Parliament regarding constituency matters in reviewing the budget for the current financial year and forecasting the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the 22-23 financial year. Madam Speaker, I now ask that the motion be adopted.
Members, a question before the House that the motion brought by the member be now approved. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Member, motion approved.
Madam Speaker, I really want to thank this Honourable House for the very vigorous and informative as well as instructive process that has ensued over the last few weeks since September 21. As leader of the House, this is a very important part, I think, of what we have to do to enable the representation from within this chamber, that being given by our constituent outside of this chamber, find its way into the final deliberations with regards to the appropriations expenditure of government. It is very important that the constituents feel the power of representation in this chamber. And the debate that just ensued, Madam Speaker, gave a good opportunity for that, and what a wonderful opportunity it was indeed. I want to congratulate the 36 members who took part. And I know that next year, when we come back much of what has been said today will find itself in the budget in terms of the narratives that are written about projects to be implemented. The very areas of concern that have been raised are areas that are foremost in the mind of this administration, and the action will indeed follow. So we do take note of the resolution that has been passed today, and on behalf of the Ministry of Finance, who I know has had not just a listening ear, but has paid great attention to the details and contents of the presentations, that we will begin to see. And I am of the view that the time has come when the real democracy that should attend to budgetary preparations through the information provided by the Parliament itself be realized. And that has been a big call that has been made ever since some of us who have been here a little while have been in the House. And this government and this administration will ensure that more of the needs of the constituents as expressed by MPs find themselves in the budget of the years to come. And I want to thank the members on both sides, because it is not just what happens from this side that will find itself there, but to make the point that the contributions from all members of Parliament will find itself in the outcomes of our budget. Very, very important. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I now move. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Madam Speaker, I'll be brief. Let me just thank the Leader of Government Business for those remarks. It is true, that this is an important platform. The fact, though, is that 30 of the 63 participated. I believe one way in which all 63, we can ensure that all 63 or as many of them, certainly much more than the 30 will participate, is to see to what extent that which was advocated for find its way in the budget in any way, form, or fashion. Today was a good day. I think the member from St. Andrew, Northeast, Phillips, from East Central, St. Andrew East Central, from St. Andrew East Central, that spoke very eloquently to some of the reforms that are needed. I believe that the real felt needs of the constituents, of the many persons who spoke, particularly the first-time members of Parliament, for whom we have to sustain as many of them as is possible to believe in the process and that it works, that we see it reflected in the budget. I'm hopeful. Let us see what happens when the expenditure budget arrives. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. And just to indicate that, as you know, this is where we are going. And I've indicated to the member that his recommendations will actually find its way into the discourses of the next few weeks and months as we try to refashion and reimagine this Parliament, especially in the wake of the new parliamentary arrangements that are to come and the physical facilities that are being anticipated. Madam Speaker, I now move for the recommittal of the item announcements, reports from committees, and notices of motions given orally.
Members, the question before the House is that the items announcements, reports from committees, and notices of motions given orally be recommitted. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Announcements.
Also laid on the table of the House today is a copy of the report of the Regulations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the Legal Aid Amendment Regulations 2021, dated November 23rd, 2021.
Reports from committees.
Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of the House a copy of the report of the Regulations Committee of the House of Representatives and its deliberations on the Legal Aid Amendment Regulation 2021 dated November 23, 2021.
Notices of motions given orally.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move for the following motion. Be it resolved that the report of the Regulations Committee of the House of Representatives and its deliberation on the Legal Aid Amendment Regulations 2021, dated November 23, 2021, which was laid on the table of the House on the 23rd day of November 2021, be adopted. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Business.
Madam Speaker, I now move that for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion notice of which I gave earlier.
Favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I now move that the motion be approved.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Motion approved.
Madam Speaker, we now move to the legislative arrangements, and I invite you, Madam Speaker, to ask the Minister of National Security to take the motion already tabled in his name.
Minister of National Security, Dr. Chan.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of standing orders, enable me to take the motion, notes of which I gave earlier.
Suspended to enable the minister to take the motions, notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There are two motions on the Emergency Powers Act before the House. The reason for bringing them is stated very much in the beginning in the preamble of the prayer of the motion. A declaration by the Governor General that he is satisfied that action has been taken or is immediately threatened by any person or body of persons of such a nature and so extensive a scale as to be likely to endanger public safety. The areas alluded to, of course, is the Parish area of Western Jamaica and one area that I refer to as the Southern Crescent in the corporate area. Geographical area enclosing the 4 police divisions of the Southern corporate area, that is East Kingston, Central Kingston, West Kingston, and St. Andrews Southern divisions, running along the coast from Ferry all the way back to Bull Bay. Madam Speaker, the state of public emergency as an order enables the Army to act independently in support of the police in ensuring public safety, restoring public order, and in the situation we are dealing with, to save the lives of Jamaicans threatened by activity in these regions. This is maybe the 4th episode in the history of our country that we have seen it fit to take the steps. The first one back in the mid-60s, I think it's 1966, is almost forgotten because it was designed to a specific area at a time when there was obvious violence, less than what it is now, but it was taken, and the police handled the situation effectively well at the time, and there is no legacy or any question surrounding that incident. The second episode was 1976, which for the first time it was established that a state of public emergency was used to achieve political ends as opposed to the violence and protection of life. Out of that, a number of consequences are meant to arose. But I still refer again to The next episode was 2010, when for the first time it is fair to say that the state, the legitimate authority of the state, was threatened by illegal and criminal gangs. The impact of the police and security force intervention was well established. And while we make superficial debate, sometimes there is always allegation of how there was a steep decline in homicides for a number of years after that. Well, it is true. Whoever was minister would claim the credit. That's the nature of politics. But the fact is that intervention disrupted organized criminal activity in a way that was special, and members of criminal organization ran quite fearful for a number of years. One academic suggested that it took 3 years for gangsters to reorganize. Others just kept low, and during that time, many who were displaced were picked off by the police all across the island. And after a 3-year period, ending round about the beginning of 2014, we saw another recurrence of violence, and we come to this episode. We are here today not to convince my colleagues on this side, and indeed, in a particular way, have the necessary votes to pass it in the lower house. But I take you back a little bit, Madam Speaker, and I hope I don't have to go back in there too much, but in reference to the 76 episode, when the legislation governing the state of public emergencies was amended as a result of the activity then, because the state of public emergency, as outlined, is designed to give the government of the day extraordinary powers, to either control violence and restore public order while protecting lives, or in the face of a natural disaster where the institutions of government are so impaired, requires extraordinary powers to maintain order and restore the stability of those public institutions. It was never designed to be a political tool or to impair the rights of the citizens outside of protecting the majority. As a result of the event of 76 is why we will speak today to the issue in an extensive way. That out of that episode came amendments which ensured that the country had to be united, both sides, to ensure that impact on the wider criminal network was a united statement against criminality and designed to save Jamaican lives and protect the communities. It's out of that episode, led by the then government, and we made the amendment to ensure that all continuance resolution must have 2/3 of both houses, of the whole house. And I think it's important that, especially the younger members on this side, be reminded of and learn to appreciate that particular fact. Because it is, as I said, for that reason we come here today to vote, but also to show the distinct difference in our approach. The imposition of a state of public emergency in 7 police divisions was on November 14. While the decline has not been as sharp as previously, on a week-to-week basis there are 19% decline. In total numbers today, it has gone in 9 days. I'm referring to the 7 days at the very beginning. During that time, of course, the numbers in the actual police division have declined significantly. In fact, the reality in the areas where the individuals are threatened, because while I indicate the divisions in Kingston Central and Kingston Western, there has been not a single homicide. This is almost at a time when we are having conflict, and in the course of this year is quite remarkable, because these are areas we have been having approximately 1 a day, and when there is not 1 in a day, the subsequent days you would see on a weekend when violence tends to increase, 3 or 4 literally compensating what happened the last few days. But we have had 7 continued. In fact, in the case of Central Kingston and West Kingston, 9 continuous days. The impact, however, I think, Madam Speaker, may not have been so dramatic, because there's still some ambiguity in the atmosphere by some who have spoken, especially members of the, not so much even on this side of the House, but from the higher hand in the upper House. It's been quite vociferously of why such activity may not be necessary, or the government's weakness in pursuing the fight against criminal activity. It is true that we have seen some increased numbers this year, coming from the base last year when we had a long stay of the state of public emergency. The state of public emergency, as I said, allows the army to supplement the police, but critically gives the security forces the ability to use intelligence to interrupt criminal gangs and killers. Intelligence is what they ask for. Embedded in our communities are chronic gangsters who are organized in a way to extort, pursue drug dealing, gun running, and killing. They are so embedded, it's not going to happen. You're not going to get to them overnight and stop the killing. There's always a call behind the scenes of increased social expenditure. My own comment is well known, but oftentimes, and is used controversially, but let's take the only academic study done by the best study group in the country, Capri as an organization, demonstrated that in a 10-year period, which they were part of the government, in fact, they led the government for most of it, $380 billion was spent on social intervention, and there was no long-term impact. In fact, it failed miserably. So to say, come again and do the same thing, is ridiculous. The fact, do the same, could fail. This government will take a position to redirect and reorient social investment a different way. The mechanism was there. I experienced it in my own constituency. Places like Flanker had dozens, and over the decade, the homicide increased. It increased with that expenditure. If not even half of that was spent on security, let's say more for social investment, less for policing. It's irresponsible at its best. None of that money, not even half. The fact is, if I had $100 billion to spend on the police in the last 5 years, I would guarantee you that the situation would be different. $100 billion on security. We have not spent $100 billion on any security effort in the history of the country. That do not mislead the country. An inaccurate and dangerous sort of us remark, Madam Speaker. And another time we'll debate how we spent our money and why. But the programs of social intervention that was pursued by this country were ineffective and failed because they had no accountability, they were not data-driven, they were not evidence-driven. We are pursuing a different policy. We're not saying we're against social intervention. The Prime Minister not only, and we're doing it in a studied way. Beside the National Policy and the Violence Prevention Commission coming, we have set up within the government the Citizens Business Council, Security Business Council, head of every ministry, the permanent secretaries, head of all critical agencies, designed to ensure collaboration and cooperation, that the government's expenditure in social investment is coordinated effectively and be spent efficiently. Because besides the $380 billion spent on social intervention programs, many of which not only failed because they were poorly administered, majority of the funding, and you're looking at me, was spent on staffing. Consultants across the country and all kinds of workers who are not reaching the people. The money never reached them. 68% in your flagship program was never used to do anything for the poor people. It was used to pay staff. Many of them double what the institutional staff were receiving. That is why the program failed, and when they are finished, there's no continuity. The whole approach to social intervention was cockeyed and wrong. and have to change, and we're changing that. Because the institution wasn't necessary. And bear in mind that, for those who are listening, that $380 billion did not include well over $800 billion being spent on education across the island and other social investment programs, including public health programs. Those programs are critical. The reorientation of the investment to reach the people. I've had to work with it. My constituency is one of the most volatile. When I entered the constituency, in Flanker alone, there were nearly 50 programs of intervention. The physical program, which was initiated by, under JC Fund, supported by the Ministry as the Minister of Housing, has done much to change the character of the community, but we still have the problem of violence. Still there. And part of that is that very little is done to impact on the core services to the poor people in the community. Not only is the money spent on highly paid staffing who don't relate to the community, but their schools remain bad. The health service they get in the area is the worst of the kind. The PATH program, which is to reach, is the social safety net. Don't reach the very poor. The social workers who are designed to provide it are afraid to go in there, and they don't want to talk to the police, who know the place, know the people, and can provide safety. Other programs seek to negotiate with criminals. Well, this government is not into that. We will not negotiate with criminals. We will not expose our police to people who are compromising with. The police deal with men who fire guns. That's why I respect them, and they're doing a good job, the best they can. But we are facing a chronic and difficult epidemic in our society, and the battle against criminality is a battle of attrition. It's going to take time and needs the commitment of every leader on all sides, politically, in the private sector, in the churches and the organizations of faith, and in non-government organizations, to be committed to transform the service to the very poor in our communities. The statistics are there. Not enough. The PIOG have identified the volatile communities across the southern belt, central and south Clarendon, across through St. Catherine, central and south into the Carpentier belt, and the tri-parish here of Western Jamaica. We are in the process of approaching it on a more scientific basis. We identify the zones, Mr. Speaker, and we're going to identify the communities. We had a very brief discussion with one of our partners, and it was pointed out to me by a key advisor to the then Prime Minister of UK, Tony Blair, when they had a wave of criminality across London, and the whole country got upset, as there's a tendency in Jamaica when the homicide rate go up in a dramatic way, and I'm going to come back to that as I close off. But when the analysis was done and the appropriate data put up, it is realized that the crime took place in 2 boroughs. The time was between 12 and 3 p.m., and the age group was 12 to 15. And therefore, the targeting of our activity was done in a rational, objective way, and they got results. This, Mr. Speaker, is what has been missing in much of the social intervention as well as the criminal intervention in Jamaica. Objective analysis of the problem and targeted approach. Of all it, on the social side of all the $380 billion, there is hardly any accountability. Absolutely none. Nobody have a database tell you this is the problem, this is the way it exists, this is what we're going to do. Jamaica Social Investment Fund started some communities, and it focuses on physical activity, and has done a good job there. Today in the zones of special operation, the government seeks to take a different approach, and in a sense to prove a concept in a small geographical area as we seek to create a national.
Madam Speaker, the member's time in the nominal sense is expired. I beg to move that it be extended sufficiently for him to complete his presentation. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Question before the House is that the minister's time be extended sufficiently to allow him to complete his presentation. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. Minister.
Thank you. The object, Madam Speaker, is to bring about accountability and results. So we look at accumulating the required data, not only on the criminal statistics, but the population. And that has just been initiated as we redirect policy. It's not going to happen dramatically and overnight because changing institutional arrangement in national government is difficult. It's like turning the Titanic. Everybody used to work in the nice silos, get their own stripes, and quote some nice numbers, but very little focus on the outcome. What I mean by outcome, Madam Speaker, I had a brief discussion recently with a very good social worker. So I won't name her, but I'll name the ministry. And you'll understand what I am looking at. And I take two comparisons in two recent zones of special operation. The social worker went to one community and she was able to report very clearly, I gave out 4 wheelchairs to people who need it. I was able to provide and initiate the registration, birth registration for about 50 individuals. I think it was about 60 or so young people who are needing jobs to be registered on the electronic job-seeking board. And there was a list of maybe 6 or 7 other factors involving the population. And it was an excellent day's work. And I had to say to her now, when I said to her, however, what was the impact and what did it mean for your outcome and targets? She had no base on which was working. The fact, therefore, and if I use the easiest example, if there are 20 people in there needing wheelchairs, she reached 4. If she doesn't go back, 16 are left in the state of condition they're in. If she had registered 60 young men who need jobs, but there are 1,000 there who need jobs, 60 is a good number to come and speak to on the documentary report and to give her the partnership. But 940 left there, unattached, unengaged, and are ready to get involved in gangs. And if you get a gang of 900, then we'd almost take over the government. No, I just said she failed. I said her program, the program she's doing and pursuing is not being effective. And that's obvious. That's obvious. Right? She needs to be provided with the data on the population, as we are now pursuing. All the sources of demographic data, that we know what the age the population is, what their status are, those who are in social support, what the population of a young group, as we did in another zone of special operation recently, and are doing for all of them. How many people 15 to 25? How many between 0 and 25? What's their social condition? So when that social worker, who's doing her work well, get in there, she can begin to lay out targets and hold her own profession accountable. She needs to reach 200 young adults. When she gets to 50, she'll look at why we didn't get the other 150, review it in consultation with others, and move to a point where after a certain time we can know that in this community we have done our best and we have engaged those and set the stage simultaneously that at the younger age group, because there has to be a holistic approach. The kids are in school. Flank has a high truancy rate. That's why the gangs keep recurring. The young ones have nutrition, so they are not grow up with mental disability, literally emotional the damage, that when they get to teens, they begin to become violent. That's just a fact of that. That's the responsibility of the social services. It has to be based on quality data that gives us the required information to be able to approach the resolution in a holistic manner, correct both the human and physical condition in the area, doing nice things. We're not a service club. We're a government designed to ensure that institutions of the state solve the problem and resolve the problem of the people in volatile communities. Not adding up numbers that's so nice and doing well, which is good, and therefore not condemn it. But we have the workers, it is for our response to provide the leadership. But Madam Speaker, I thought I had to bring that in because that is the long-term, medium-term solution. The immediate thing is that in these communities, people are being murdered daily. We have to stop it. We have a responsibility We have to provide the police the tools. And we have to legally, physically, to do the job to save the lives of Jamaicans here. There be talk of what we do for the, in closing, Madam Speaker, there is a narrative out there that we have done enough for the police. Now that we have a salary dispute, of course, narrative change. If we don't do enough to give them salary, but until we are recently here, we give police cars, and I take credit for it. You have to have given them some cars, and it's a good thing to have done. We have fixed a lot of police stations. We have improved the communication system significantly. And I can list a significant number of things. The reorganization of the police force has gone very well. The development of the technology formation, the development of iProbe, all the issues in terms of institutional and physical activity, we have done well. And I could give the government a clap for that. But I'm not going to, because we are not half done. And half done, if we're even half done, the kind of activity we are talking about, if you do half the job, you will not get the results you want from the whole thing. And we're going to complete it. So we know that. But there are some who figure we have spent all this money, and they didn't spend it. We didn't stop them. Nobody had any hurdles in their way. We have the same economic challenges, and we decided that the security of our communities and the quality of policing they require deserves investment. And the government invested in our security forces while directing new investment in the social and the challenge areas. I repeat, Madam Speaker, we view the security and safety of Jamaicans, the lives of Jamaicans, is preeminent and valuable, and we are willing to invest in our security forces and give them the legal and physical tools to do their job. Suddenly some people are discovering that they may not be paid as well. Well, I won't go there. There's a negotiation and we'll talk about that. But the investment in security forces over the last 20 years is well known. They were neglected and left alone to do a job. In many ways, give a basket of water. We are seeking to correct that. It's not complete, but it's better. And we are confident. And the police officers are working. And we are ensuring that, as I said, we are prioritizing the welfare of our Jamaicans and public safety and the security of the individual to our number one task. We have a chronic, serious problem. And those who appreciate the depth of the problem, the level of violence to which our societies come, will understand the need of the extra powers of the police in order to protect lives and restore good order in our communities, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I believe this is my first time since being elected to this House. I've been asked to, or been compelled to contribute to any discussion in respect of the imposition of states of emergencies. Certainly, I hope that this is my last time that I'll be asked to have this type of a conversation in respect of the specific use of the state of emergencies in the proposed context, as I'm hoping and I'm quite aware that in this House, the government has the 2/3 majority. It has the 42 members it needs to vote in favor of. But I'm appealing to the members of the Senate that in considering any imposition of state of emergencies, they consider the following issues that I am going to raise here today. The first one is this, and I say so without fear of contradiction, that the only feature of a state of emergency that distinguishes the state of emergency from any other legislation that is available to the police to arrest the issues of crime and violence is the ability to deprive a Jamaican national, a citizen, of his or her liberty for an extended period of time. It is the only feature. The police has the powers of cordon and search. The police has the powers to impose states of the government, has the powers to impose states of curfews, zones of special operation. It's important to note, that a number of the areas that are now subject to this resolution have active state zones of special operations in them. So the question now, is it this an admission by the government that the zones of special operations are an abject failure? It's an important question to ask. Importantly, Madam Speaker, there's a principle that says, I'd rather 10 guilty men walk free than 1 innocent man to go to prison. And the danger with the state of emergency is it provides for, in some instances, malice to determine if somebody is arrested and detained for an extended period of time without charge, without the right to due process. It is totally oppressive, and it is not something that I, in good conscience, having sworn to defend and uphold the Constitution, to support such a measure at this time. You can go and talk, man. I don't worry about that. Listen and learn. Listen and learn. Listen and learn. Listen and learn. Madam Speaker.
Members, the state of emergency is important. Members, please. Members, I'm asking the member on his feet to address the speaker.
Will you permit me to speak? Madam Speaker, this is very unfortunate. We are dealing with the issues surrounding and people's lives, and we are here playing games. I'm not into the political foolishness here today. This has nothing to do with politics, and that is why you must listen before you talk. The fact of the matter is this, Madam Speaker. There is nothing that precludes the minister from using the security, the JDF, on a daily basis to support the police in the crime-fighting efforts. The misperception out there, the Defense Act allows for it, and I'll ask you to consult it. Every day, Jamaican citizens see the soldiers out there without a state of emergency, with a police officer on the ratty. They see them out there. How are they being utilized out there under those circumstances? And now we're telling people that we need a state of emergency to use soldiers to protect them? That, Madam Speaker, is misleading. And it needs to be clear to the Jamaican people that they do not need the state of emergency for soldiers to be placed within them communities to protect them. That's right. So don't let the people believe that we need the state of emergency to have soldiers out there supporting the police. That is rubbish. Absolute rubbish. And we need to be fair and we need to be honest to the Jamaican people when we're speaking. The reality is this, The reality is this. No, I don't play those games. I don't play those games. Minister, I don't play those games. I do not play those games. And, I take exception to that. But I'm going to move on because, The reality is that nobody is willing to have an honest conversation with Jamaican people about crime fighting. And let me tell you, you can say all you want to say over there. I have a right to speak in this house and I'll be heard in respect of the issue of the state of emergencies. So you can say all you want to say. It is not going to stop me from contributing in this house.
Member.
Madam Speaker.
We are in Parliament and I expect good order and I expect anybody on their feet to be allowed to speak, and I don't expect to have to stamp this gavel like that, and I expect each speaker to address me, not to get engaged in a conversation.
Very well, Madam
Because
Speaker.
two wrongs never make a right.
Madam Speaker. Very well. You know, Madam Speaker, the reality you face, as attorneys at law, separate and apart from, I wouldn't call representatives of the people, because I'm not a politician, I'm a representative of the people. And some of the challenges we face, for example, is with the tribunal. Oftentimes the tribunal come after the imposition, way after the imposition of a state of emergencies. Attorneys have to be running up and down trying to find out how they can file a petition to secure the release of their client. And I cannot support any state of emergency under the circumstances where we are not even considering allowing a judge in chamber to hear a petition, but rather to have a petition being heard by a tribunal, and then the minister having the right to have the final say in respect of that decision of the tribunal. We cannot support anything that resembles a police state. And that is where we are heading as a people. And we have to be very careful. We have to be very careful about how we look into matters of this nature. You know, in the early stages of the pandemic, Madam Speaker, no, you can speak after if you want to. In the early stages of the pandemic, you have a point of order. I'm misleading you. Say a point of order. Let me hear what you're saying.
Madam Speaker, the tribunal appointed by the Chief Justice is an appropriate. The tribunal appointed by the Chief Justice, chairman appointed Chief Justice, is a judicial panel. While, and that should be clear, it's not some arbitrary panel set up. And the minister has no right to refuse the advice of the tribunal. That's totally incorrect. Neither can I sign a tribunal without the guidance of the required security forces. You are misleading the public deliberately.
You know, I'd urge you to consult. I'd urge you to consult with the legislation before you speak. And you do not get up and say I'm misleading the public without first pointing me to the provisions in the legislation that say that what I'm saying is not true. Notwithstanding that fact, Madam Speaker, notwithstanding that fact, the reality we face as a country is that crime is out of hand. We all understand that crime is out of hand.
Madam Speaker, may I stand on a point of order? Since the Speaker has asked for the regulations to be consulted, I would like to direct the House's attention to Regulation 38 of the Emergency Powers Act, the Emergency Powers Parishes of St. James, Westmoreland and Hanover regulations, and parts of Kingston and St. Andrew regulation. Regulation 38.
That provision, that what you just referred to does not cover. Madam Speaker, what was just indicated to the House does not refer to authorized persons. So that is not necessarily a correct advice by the Attorney General. The fact of the matter, Madam Speaker, is this, that we all
Madam Speaker, may I just ask you to yield? The Speaker has said many things. I was responding in relation to the tribunal. So don't mislead, all right? And don't move away from it. Because the law is there for everyone to read. This is not about, hold on. Madam Speaker, I am not responding to his opinion. I am responding to what is stated in the regulations. Right.
Madam Speaker, I'm not going to get into a legal debate. There is a matter that is pending before the Court of Appeal now. There is a matter pending before the Court of Appeal now. My question is this. The minister at one point in time stated publicly that until there was a full review of the decision of the court, that he would not impose further states of emergencies. The matter is still pending before the Court of Appeal. And I would believe it would be most prudent to allow the Court of Appeal to hear the matter that is before it, to rule on the issues before we go down this route again. So I am not going to go into any debate with anyone in this House about a legal point. We can take that to the Court of Appeal. The fact of the matter is that we understand that crime and violence is something that is pervasive. It is something that touches and concerns every single Jamaican citizen. And as members of Parliament, we all face the issues firsthand. But the reality is that the approach that we're taking now is putting a band-aid over a sore. That is what I liken it to. The real issues that need to be tackled won't be tackled with a state of emergency. And what is going to happen is that we're going to come back another 6 months down the line and ask for a state of emergency again, because we have not gotten to the root of the issues of crime and violence. What is required in this country is serious investment in the investigative capacity of the police force. If we continue to have, and every time we have a vacancy where the post of the Commissioner of Police is concerned, we continue to use military officers. We're going to get military opinions in terms of the way of fighting crime. That is the only solution you can get from a military officer, is to use a soldier and to take Parish people's rights and throw them in a cell. If the Commissioner of Police is not performing his functions, he should be relieved of his duties. And you get somebody that is competent to guide you and advise you. That is a reality. Madam Speaker.
I rise on a point of order, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise.
Is a point of order?
Just a moment. If somebody rises for a point of order, then you have to sit and allow him to make his point of order. He's going to make it. We have to bring some, before you do, members, I'm asking you, there must be some order to this House. Yeah, point of order.
I recognize the right of the member to express his position. The point that he raised against the Commissioner of Police, questioning the origin of the Commissioner of Police, Madam Speaker, is totally out of context, and is bringing the office of the Commissioner of Police into disrepute, Madam Speaker, in a critical...
Madam Speaker, you need to sit. What is really happening in this House?
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
In such a time when we are fighting crime, you get upon about the origin and where the commissioner of police come from. You are a disgrace. You are a disgrace.
Members, just be, members, regardless of what happens, let us have some order. Members, I have listened carefully. Members, no, I'm not asking you to continue. I'm going to say now, I have listened carefully and I wish to be heard in silence. I have listened carefully, and in this climate, I am going to ask the member to withdraw the comment about the Commissioner of Police, one, and I'm going to ask for it to be expunged from the records.
Madam Speaker, what specific comment are you... Madam Speaker, with all due respect. With all due respect, Madam Speaker. What is this?
Members, the member of the opposition is on his feet. He is allowed to be heard in silence, and I will not allow any member to disturb him. On the other hand, member, it is my ruling, and I'm looking at the rules of order 41, and I'm ruling that the comment, as the Speaker of the House this evening, that was made in relation to the Commissioner be withdrawn and that it be expunged from the record.
Madam Speaker, as I listened, I respect the ruling. I'm questioning it. As I listened to the debate and I listened to the member's presentation, the member stated a fact that the Commissioner of Police had a military background. Now that is known. What is the offence that is committed by stating a fact?
Member, I am ruling on the member's utterances that the Commissioner of Police should be removed from office and somebody else be placed there. Something of the effect. And I do not think I have ruled, and my ruling can be reviewed, and I'm open to anything. But I'm saying to you, this is a democratic parliament, we are allowed to. As the Speaker, I'm asking that the comment, in the interest of this country and good order, I'm asking that the member withdraw the comment and that be expunged from thing. And I'm sure the member is very capable to respond for himself.
Madam Speaker, I personally don't agree that is a basis for the Commissioner to step down, but he's stating an opinion. And he's entitled to share his opinion.
Member, I have ruled. What the member said is that he's selected from a military background, and so military force will be exhibited by him. I am asking him to withdraw that comment and for it to be expunged from the records. That is what was said. That is my ruling, and I'm not going to debate it with the member.
Madam Speaker, there is nothing to withdraw in my opinion. I gave my opinion in respect of the tenure of the Minister of National Security. I gave an opinion that if he cannot manage him, he needs to step aside. The reality, Madam Speaker, is I never said anything in respect of him using that military. I said, when you have a military officer, you get military solutions. I did not say it came from him.
Member, my interpretation of what you said is that he has military background, and I have ruled, and I would ask that you look at the standing orders and you withdraw that statement, and I'm asking for it to be expunged. Please, we would like to have good order in this space. That is my ruling. And as I said, my ruling, this is a democratic thing. You're allowed, society, you're allowed to express your views. I heard what you said, and as the Speaker, that is a ruling I have made, and I'm not withdrawing it this evening.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And with all due respect, Madam Speaker, I do not see anything to withdraw in respect of what I said earlier. And I remain resolute in that stance. I provided an opinion. I am entitled to provide an opinion in this House.
Members, I am going to direct you to section 43, subsection 1. And I'm going to ask you, therefore, if you refuse to observe, then you can discontinue your speech and remain where you are now, as you are sitting.
Madam, I have said enough, Madam Speaker. Therefore, I'll say no more, and I am sure my colleagues will complete my statement. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I want to indicate, Madam Speaker, as leader of this House, and as one with some vintage in this chamber. I know, but members, I think it is important for an understanding to be had as to how this honorable House is to be used in relation to categorizing or otherwise creating aspersions on particular national leaders of this country. It is important for us to appreciate that the notion of imputing motives by public servants in particular is one that is eschewed by this honorable House. And the member is new. The member is having his first term. And I think that he should be guided. And whilst the Speaker has ruled and he has refused to respond to the ruling of the Speaker and consequently accepted the punishment for so doing, that is to cease and desist from making a comment in the House in this manner. And you would appreciate that that's a bad precedent that you're setting, and it's an awful way to begin your tenure as a member of this House.
Members, please allow me. Please allow me. The member indicated to the Parliament that the Commissioner is from a military background. It is a fact. He is from a military background. We are discussing this afternoon a state of emergency which every member has a right to support or not to support. However, we have a duty as members of this Parliament in a climate where crime is as high as it is and things are taking place, not to, and I urge the members to reflect on the words of the former leader of the opposition this afternoon when he spoke about cooperation between both sides of the aisle. Yes, it is a fact that the commissioner is of a military background. Yes, you may say that, but not in the context I would urge you, member, to suggest that if he cannot manage, somebody else should replace him. urge you, and I do so in the interest of this country, and if indeed your contribution this afternoon is to assist in the situation with crime, that comment will not, in fact, help this situation.
Madam Speaker, I will simply say this. As I've said before, it may, yeah, one can consider that it is in poor taste, but it is his opinion. And he's offering an opinion. It may be in poor taste, but it is an opinion he's offering. No, I'm not saying it is. I'm saying one can consider. One could argue that he shouldn't have said it. But I'm saying it is not. It is not.
Members,
it's an opinion.
Leader of Opposition Business,
yeah.
I totally agree with you that it is his opinion, and I understand that. I have stated, members of the opposition, of the government, I don't expect the members on this side of the aisle. I do not expect the government members. I do not expect the members of the government not to have regard for this chair. And I want to say this afternoon that yes, I concur with what the leader of the opposition business has said. Yes, it is an opinion, and I respect his opinion. I am merely saying that in the climate where we are, and in the way this debate has started, and in view of the fact that as all members of Parliament, we have an interest in creating peace and harmony in this country, that we should be careful even of the language we use in voicing our opinions. But I do agree with you. It is an opinion. The Commissioner is of a military background. It is so. But we do not wish to light a flame where the flame is already burning. That is it. And I want at this point to urge us all as members of Parliament to remember that we have a duty to this country, and shouting across the aisle and not allowing our members to be heard in silence does not help the situation we are faced with. So I'm going to ask all members of Parliament, and when the members of the opposition, whether they are for or against, it is their duty to be heard, and heard in silence.
I'm just saying, we have to be, please, look, Madam Speaker, we have to be careful between disagreeing, between a disagreement and what could be interpreted as a censorship. What could be determined as censorship of the member from speaking? Members,
please. The leader of the opposition is on his feet. He has a right to be heard. Please. Opposition business, not opposition.
Yeah. Madam Speaker, I've heard your submission, I've heard your ruling. I make the simple point for consideration. Members may not agree with what the members said. You may even consider, as I said, that they would not have said it in that way. But he has stated simply an opinion. No, you have ruled, and the result of that ruling is that the member has had to cease his contribution and is now sitting on his seat, and he had more to say. It's obvious he had more to say, but the Speaker, having ruled, the member sat and discontinued his contribution. So in a sense, Madam Speaker, if it could be viewed as censorship of the expression, of his expression and his right to contribute to the debate. That's the point I'm making.
And I want to say that I have considered the arguments before us, And I want to make it clear this is not censorship of his freedom of speech. In this Parliament, we are all allowed to speak. And I have considered it. It was said in a way, it is an opinion that was said in a way to light a fire, but it was an opinion that he made. And I am saying that I ask if we have a flame burning, we don't light it any further. That is what I am saying. But it is an opinion that was expressed by him, and I just found the use of the words in this climate unfortunate, but it is an opinion. It is not meant to be censorship of any sort.
Madam Speaker, I think we just all need to take a very deep breath. I think everybody should just take a deep breath because we are in a very serious time and environment. 12 people, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 were killed on Saturday in Jamaica, 12 Jamaicans, on November 20th, 2021. Since January to that date, there were 5,442 Jamaicans that have been subjected to some kind of atrocity of crime. That's 17 people per day. By the end of today, going into tomorrow, you would have had, based on those statistics, 4 Jamaicans who would have been murdered, 3 who would have been shot, 3 who would have been personally injured, 1 who would have been raped, 2 who would have been robbed, and 3 who would have experienced some kind of break-in. And those are the JCF statistics, the latest ones. I find it hard as a Jamaican every time I read the news to recognize and to accept that we are the second most murderous country in the world. I find it even harder to accept that with all of us wearing purple today, that we are rated second in the world for femicide. That's a murdering of women. And if you look even closer at the statistics, you would have seen that 30% of our women experience some kind of physical or sexual violence in their lifetime. 1 in every 4 women in this country experience intimate partner violence. And 70% of our girls under 18 who have been victims of crime report that they have been raped. And this is serious. And so when you look at it, year to date, we've had 1,288 murders, and the year isn't finished. That rate, and if you look at the rate experienced, and increasingly since independence, we've jumped by 2,040% in terms of murder since 1962. If we don't stop it, and if we continue on this trajectory, those of us who will not be here, but by 2081, 60 years from now, if we follow that trajectory, you'd have had 26,000 plus persons, Jamaicans murdered, if you continue at that momentum. And so I come here today, Madam Speaker, not with any rancor, very sober, recognizing that we are in a situation and in a country where any one of us could be a statistic. Any one of our families could be a statistic. When we drop our children at school, for those of us who have children, or they even walk somewhere, based on what is happening, anybody can be a statistic based on what is happening. And the state of emergencies have been in place. I almost find that over this weekend, it was almost all right, in one state of emergency, we're going to show who run things. We're just going to kill off 12 people. And it almost feels like there is a real war against the state. And those persons who are watching us out there are watching us vote this evening in the state of emergency. And so I ask the question whether they really are working. I mean, what is a metric that we use to understand whether a state of emergency is working. Is it the amount of cars that we check as they pass a checkpoint? I noticed that some Jamaicans were even upset at the amount of traffic recently in terms of the state of emergencies. Is it the amount of police and soldiers that we deploy? And when I sat down to really contemplate what it was, and I listened very carefully to the Minister of National Security in terms of the social intervention programs and perhaps how they could have been implemented better. And I listened carefully for how much has been spent on staff. But I have to ask myself if it's really an illustration, because everything is also going up. Food is going up, inflation is going up, crime is going up. And many persons that you ask why they turn to a life of crime, it really is because they want to feed their families. And so I think in terms of even looking at some of the holistic approaches that we do coming out of this parliament, is how people eat, how people feed their families. If PATH isn't working and other state programs aren't working, we need to find a way to address them. But, Madam Speaker, I know that the opposition and the opposition leader has presented proposals. I know the government has presented proposals, and there are proposals on the table. We have to find a way to come together and get those things going. I know the leader of the opposition has met with the Prime Minister, and there's a crime monitoring committee. Let us try in what the member from East Central St. Andrews said again, to make those work. Because a criminal wasn't born overnight, and I think most of us sat by and watched with our eyes wide shut. A lot of them spawn. And I don't know, I didn't hear the minister come with the metrics today to talk about how it has worked, how the SOEs are working. But I found that over the weekend, it was just dastardly. It was a part of my belly that I did not understand. And when I looked at it, Andre, 37, Deron, 20 years old, they didn't have Mario's age, Octavia, who was 29, Oliver, who was 31, Sarika, the alpha girl, who was 16, Daniel, who was 33, Rashid, who was 34, O'Dane, who was 33, and 3 unidentified other Jamaicans who were all murdered this weekend. That's a problem. It's more than a problem. It's almost a pandemic. Right? And these are persons who are, I don't know what the 3 the 4 persons whose ages weren't named, but there are 4 persons, all of them, the rest of them, the 8 out of the 12 are all under 35. 35 years old. Those Jamaicans who will never see, for whatever reason. And when you have people who can shoot people in broad daylight, now, I don't know if you can put SOEs everywhere. So we need, Prime Minister, really to aggressively interrogate what is going to work. Because if this continues to happen, you are going to be slaughtering the youth of our country without any justice. And for the little girl, the 16-year-old, whose granduncle, it's bizarre. What is happening? And so I come to the table this evening, Madam Speaker, with all of us having to have some degree of contrition with regards to what is happening in our country. I don't know if the SOEs are working, Minister, based on what is happening, because I feel on the ground that it is almost an us versus them. It is almost like they're targeting the places now with the SOE to demonstrate that they can actually do things in your face. So, Madam Speaker, as a member of the opposition, I support the opposition's proposals, and I want to also say to the government and the opposition that there's a crime monitoring, there's a crime monitoring committee. I actually don't sit on it, but there's a crime monitoring committee. and both opposition and government sit there. And perhaps it is time for that committee to meet more regularly, ongoing, and for the public to have more transparency with what is going on. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I find myself, whenever I rise to speak about the level of crime and violence, do so with tremendous humility, largely because in contemplating the issue and trying to, in my own way, in my constituency, which has been plagued, trying to find answers, trying to play a role, I sometimes feel despondent and without the capacity to do what the people call upon me to do. And again, when we talk about the role of members of parliament, we have to examine this as well, because, you know, from time to time the police call me and say, MP, can you come in? And I am now resolved that that is not my role. And I agree that what we are faced with is a pandemic of the sort that we are fighting with COVID. And the same way I know the cabinet must be totally preoccupied with trying to resolve how to deal with masking and how to deal with vaccination, etc., etc. So too, you must be contending with this tremendous issue. And I believe that we have to find someone, the will as a country, to deal with it as a pandemic. And I urge too that this national approach, this approach of unity, be fully adopted. Before I go on, there's an element of the statistics that I'm not too clear on, because we see 1,200 odd persons being murdered, and every year we see a corresponding number of missing persons. And the assumption is that those missing persons are also not going to be found. And somehow they too have been killed, but you just can't find the bodies. But, Madam Speaker, I believe that, as I was saying, in as much as we are able to find resources to deal with COVID, we're going to have to find the resources to deal with Jamaica's #1 problem: crime and violence. Believe it or not, I used to say it's education. I used to say it's health care. But today, if we could solve Jamaica's crime and violence problem, Jamaica will become a mecca, an economic powerhouse in this hemisphere. A group who sometimes relate to me showed me a budget last year. Minister of Finance, $40 billion was the figure that was put to me to do the necessary interventions. What are these interventions? And I'm not going to focus on the social side, because I know that my colleague is going to speak about PMI and so on and so forth. But I wonder, with all the police coming into my constituency and soldiers, and we welcome them, I wonder why we can't find the guns, why we can't find the ammunition. And it is weird, because whenever there is a war, these fellows are able to reach for those guns quickly, and they are firing shots at will. Where do they hide these weapons? How can we track them better? I was speaking to a police officer last week, and he said to me that they have been able to get better results of finding guns and ammunition by using dogs, by using sniffer dogs. And I want to urge first that we try to see how we can invest in more dogs, believe it or not. Dogs, it is not easy to corrupt dogs. And I'm saying so advisedly. Right. So that is one area. But you know, there is technology. And I'm very keen on the work of Jamaica Eye, because I don't believe the Jamaican people will mind cameras in every nook and cranny of Jamaica, and the technology to detect gunshots where they are fired and for specific location to be pinpointed in these communities. You know, weeks ago, and I'm coming down now to the issue of the state of emergency, I have my best constituents are old people, the elderly. And this lady called me over many weeks to say, boy, MP, I can't sleep at night. It's like terrorism. So she welcomed the state of emergency, because she said after the first couple of nights, she was able to sleep. But last week, Sunday, things erupted again. But psychologically, she has this faith that soldiers and police can only come with the SOE. And we know that is not true. But there are a significant number of persons who believe that it is the last hope, it is the last chance. I don't believe so. I believe that we have the capabilities, we have the competence to find the solution to this pandemic. It's going to require us working together. It's going to require us doing the investment, billions of dollars. You might have to borrow money for it. But I tell you, that would be probably the best investment Jamaica would have made in our lifetime, if we can resolve as a parliament to come in together to find a solution and to work towards it. And so again, I say it is with great humility that I speak on this subject, because it's not easy. It's a very difficult subject that we have been faced with for decades. It is not going to take a day or two for solution. But I want to see how we can work together to bring an end to this scourge that has affected Jamaica's reputation, affected our image, and more so affected the level of poverty, increasing level of poverty in our society. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The next speaker is member from St. Catherine Eastern, had her hand up, and then you
sorry.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, crime and violence. I came in here once and I said it is really becoming a pandemic. And that was about 2 years ago. Madam Speaker, I have no objection to methods of keeping lives and property safe. But, Madam Speaker, I'm a little worried when we keep doing certain things the same way and getting the same results. And it's not changing, and we continue to use it like a dead horse. State of emergency is one of them. Madam Speaker, I'm a little embarrassed to know that we have SOE, we have all kinds of things out there, and we are losing lives on a daily basis in numbers. It don't look good. For us to sit here, Madam Speaker, without a proper, and I know sometimes everybody is going to echo, a proper crime plan. Madam Speaker, state of emergency cannot be a crime plan. We need, Madam Speaker, to look at the root cause of crime in this country. We need to look, Madam Speaker, on values and attitude in this country. If you look at the public transportation system, you see exactly where we are heading. If you look in some of the government agencies, you see exactly where we are heading. If you look at the schools, Madam Speaker, you see exactly what is happening. If we look at parenting, Madam Speaker, why is it is so hard for us to find the root cause, but we continue to look at some emergencies? Crime cannot be emergency, it has to be a long-term fixing. We have to bring back values and attitude. And Madam Speaker, the more we allow people to live in community below the standard and let them become very hard-hearted, it is the more we are going to see crime. We have to, Madam Speaker, and I'm going to ask you to ask the minister to just let me express myself in silence, because I can tell you, Madam Speaker, there's a lot of us in here who echoes when we're ready, but we have big problems in our constituency. Madam Speaker, I believe the time has come for both sides, to come together to ensure that we look at the root cause, because we are going to come back here. How long will we have a state of emergency? It can be emergency mean a short period of time, you know. So what are we going to do after this is up and we continue to have crime? Madam Speaker, it has to do with attitude. It has to do with value system. It has to do with training. And we have to get to the root cause, Madam Speaker. Whatever it is now to save lives, I am not in for state of emergency. But whatever it is to save lives and property, I will go with it. But for how long? I've been in this parliament for years. And all we are hearing is what we're going to use for a little short period. We need to look at long-term solution. We need to start with our children, because it is from there we see habits growing. We see them coming. We do nothing about them. The amount of children that is on the road now, Madam Speaker, after certain hours of the night, I am ashamed sometimes, Madam Speaker, when I look at Jamaica. Anytime you go on the street and you see children after certain hours unsupervised and they don't know where their parents are and where they come from, it shows that the country is not growing. Any civilized society keep and care their children, and that's where it has started. And Madam Speaker, if we don't start now, if we do not get serious about ensuring that we look at this monster that is in our country and find a way to eradicate it, we are going to continue coming here, year after year, month after month, talking about SOE and state of emergency. Thank you.
Madam Speaker. Yeah. Madam Speaker, I want to pick up where the Minister of National Security left on the issue of social intervention, because I think there's a grave danger in lumping all these initiatives under one heading and categorizing them as failures. And I'll tell you what I mean. Significant parts of what are called social interventions are in communities where the state has underinvested. So when JSIF does a community center, which is considered social intervention, the reality is that is not going to reduce the crime rate. So it's not a fair assessment to say, because we have spent these millions of dollars in a particular community, and we all know that the crime hotspots have particular characteristics. There's significant underinvestment in terms of the physical infrastructure. There's significant underinvestment in terms of the amenities and access to public services. So you can't then turn around when social intervention is implemented and expected to solve all those problems of underinvestment. Now, there are different forms of social intervention. Violence interrupters and those who work with the PMI, they are very labor intensive, right? So the minister said when he looked at it, a significant part of the cost was paying salaries. It would. Why? The number one reason that contributes to our murder rate is retaliations. And what violence interrupters do, they try to break that cycle. Because what happens? A man from this side of the road shoot a man over this side. I don't know who, but the man from this side going to shoot whoever them see. That is, and you have situations where, with the best will in the world, the security forces can't deal with that kind of intervention. Now, there are clearly some things social intervention can't do. Hardened criminals don't respond to social intervention. So we shouldn't pretend that social intervention can cure that part of the problem. That part of the problem requires policing. But there's another part, because my own experience with criminality in inner city areas in my community, there are a couple of people who get into gangs for different reasons. But then the gangs recruit young men who are, I wouldn't call them criminals, but them unemployed, them dip on the corner and them not have nothing to do. And so they are pulled in, some against their will, because if them don't join, them going to get killed, so them join, and some because there are limited opportunities for them. Now, those are the ones that you have to try and reach. But the police has to deal with the ones who are what I consider the hardened criminals. So all I'm saying is, let us assess how we treat with what I call social intervention, and not lump it and view it as a failure because we have not seen what you expect to be a direct result of a solution. Now, how do you measure, for example, with the violence interrupters? How do you measure when they intervene and it causes a cessation of gunfire, which may save a life? There is no measurement of that, you know. But that takes hours of people sitting on a corner, reasoning with some man, going over there, so having another reason, put on a party, have a drink. But there's nothing, there is no measure of a crime that doesn't occur. None. And so when you then ask these agencies like PMI or violence interrupters to document what you have done and what you have accomplished, they struggle. And I will acknowledge their own internal accountability systems need to improve, without a doubt. But I'm saying in many cases where they have intervened and they have contributed to a reduction in hostilities and life saves, none of those things are ever recorded. And as such, we have to be careful about how we categorize these interventions as failures. And then coming to the SOEs. The SOEs were designed to be shock and awe. That's what they were designed for. That's what they were originally designed for. Shock and awe, right? To go in heavy to deal with a problem. That's what they were originally designed to do. So when you say you're implementing a SOE, man, forget afraid, because you're bringing the force of the security forces down in a concentrated way. What is the challenge we have? We don't have the numbers, either when you combine the JCF and the JDF, to be effectively spread across 7 parishes. So we have SOEs in 3 parishes and in police divisions, but you don't have the manpower for it to have the shock and awe. So nobody feel afraid. Nobody trembles when you say a SOE anymore. It is diluted because you are stretched so thin with the limited police resources. So you don't get the results. Versus if everybody concentrated in 1 or 2 areas where you know there's a preponderance of gang and criminality, and you stay there, and you're on top of the man, and the criminal knows if him turn the corner, you're dead there with him. And you monitor him phone, and if him go to the girlfriend house, you're dead there right on top of him. That is what you need to drive the fear in. What exists now is that there are police and soldiers at checkpoints who, by and large, allow people to pass. No effect, really. None. Right? They may drive around, so residents may have a bit of a reassurance. But the fact is, when you have it for prolonged periods of time, over such a wide dispersion, you don't get the effect that you want. And unfortunately, I believe that's where we are. And I believe we have to try something new and different if we're going to solve the problem. But I believe continuing to do this won't get us the results that we all want. We have, the member from Southeast St. Anne spoke about the number of murders that took place yesterday over the last week, 38 since the SOEs have been implemented. Now, the police can't solve every murder. Domestic-related things, we know. But there is no gunman, based on what has taken place in the last week, who feeling afraid. They don't feel afraid. And they must feel afraid. When you implement a SOE, the forces must come down that them feel afraid. Them don't feel afraid right now. So them just go on and do them thing. And all I'm saying is, under those circumstances, continuing to do what we're doing will not yield the result that we want. Thank you.
Member from Manchester Northwestern, Hanover, his hand. Are you? North? No, it was Member Guy and then Member Hilton. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. No. Madam Speaker, I just want us to consider another aspect and to look in another direction as it relates to the state of emergency. You see, Madam Speaker, when you have a state of emergency, by and large, what happens is that the security forces round up a whole number of young people. Round up a whole number of young people, presumed criminal, presumed innocent, and they have these young persons, Madam Speaker, in a detention center. Madam Speaker, I would like to suggest that this detention center, keeping these young persons there for a prolonged period of time, is almost creating a university of criminality. And why do I say that, Madam Speaker? Within that group that is rounded up by the security forces, there will be some criminals. But there will be innocent persons who will be in that grouping. And for reasons that the member from Southeast St. Andrew mentioned, that there are some innocent persons who don't necessarily want to be criminals. But in that particular environment, they are going to be seeking protection. And the quid pro quo is part that when you come out of this detention, you might become a part of my gang or my grouping. You have, at the end of that detention, Madam Speaker, if you detain 1,000 young men, you have 1,000 angry men going out on the street. 1,000 angry persons who have the potential to go against whatever the state dictates because they feel that they have been wronged. That they have been wronged because they have been incarcerated for a period of time, simply because they were suspected or assumed or thought to be criminals. Madam Speaker, it is for those reasons why the statistics may suggest that you have a greater number of murders this year than last year, simply because when the state of emergency ended in 2020, we have these persons, these gestating criminals, finally coming out. Madam Speaker, I am suggesting that these state of emergencies, with that, we are only kicking the can further down the road. Because basically what we are doing is that we are inadvertently, as a state, creating an environment within these centers for these young persons when they are released to be that angry set I'm speaking about, to be that rebellious set that I'm speaking about, to be that set that their first option in terms of doing anything is to go along the route of crime and violence. So whereas the government is proposing the state of emergencies as the solution, the situation, Madam Speaker, is that we are giving the next generation that problem to deal with. It's almost akin to the whole aspect of climate change. Those countries that are not signing on right now are saying, let the next generation deal with it. This is what we are doing in a state of emergency when we incarcerate those young persons. And for that, Madam Speaker, it is difficult for us to say that is the solution. There has to be other measures, other means, and as the member from South East St. Andrew said, the shock and awe is no longer there. People act with impunity, whatever they want to do within the state of emergency. So we have to look at solutions. We have to look to see whether this that I'm speaking about is happening and how many angry persons are out there as a result of their being incarcerated. Madam Speaker, it is time we look at other measures if we are going to save this country, Jamaica. Thank you very much.
The member from Westmoreland Central, and then, no, his hand was up. His hand. I'll allow you.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, let me say this. This is, please, Madam Speaker.
Point of order.
This is the basic reason.
Point of
we have
order.
a flow. We have a
Point of order, please.
Of a debate. The opposition.
Madam Speaker.
The opposition is speaking. He's not a member of the opposition.
A point of order,
He's
please.
not a member of the opposition. He's not a member of the opposition.
Madam Speaker, would you
the
please
opposition
sit?
is giving its view, his point of view.
Would you please sit? Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I think that we... Madam Speaker, team, members, I think that we have to get it right. And the opposition needs to appreciate that the opposition is not a party opposition. It's members of this House that are not part of the government side of the House. They are opposition. And therefore, it is a right of every member to speak. And when the Speaker of the House catches the eye of a member and indicates to that member to speak, the member has the floor. May that please you, Madam Speaker.
Crime is everybody's business, and I have recognized the Member of Parliament for Central Westmoreland and afterwards the leader of the opposition.
Shut your mouth, man. You're not talking already.
Land member, please address.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am from Westmoreland Central, and over the past few weeks, you would have heard about several killings in Westmoreland, Central especially. And Madam Speaker, the residents of the different communities have concerns about the killings that is taking place in Westmoreland. And as such, Madam Speaker, I'm very disappointed to hear my colleagues are saying that they are not in support of the SOE. But I want to say clearly in this House, Madam Speaker, I want to say relax yourself, man. Relax, man. Madam Speaker, we would have heard about a young police officer who lost his life through the hands of criminals element. Also, there was a young man who was supporting the training of the PMI who lost his life, and several more, Madam Speaker. And for this cause, I am in full support of the government initiative to bring the SOE into the parish of Westmoreland.
Madam Speaker, Madam. Madam.
Members, is that, you know, I hear the opposition members complaining about the behavior of members when they stand to speak. And I hear and I see the very members with the leader of opposition business on their feet, shouting and behaving that way. I say to you again, two wrongs never make a right, and it doesn't look good to the public. So let's remember now that all of us, whether we are government or members of the opposition, have a duty.
Madam Speaker, there have been in this House moments of levity. There have been in this House from time to time movements of levity and even some laughter and jokes. But the truth is, Madam Speaker, the reason why this today, it might keep us here for some time, because we are debating two of the great issues, liberty and life. Liberty and life. And, Madam Speaker, there is one state in the United States, I think it's New Hampshire, that has its motto, live free or die. And the issue of what this SOE and the proposal, the resolution represents, is it brings together in this resolution these very potent issues of life and death and people's liberty and freedom. And so, Madam Speaker, I represent a constituency in which there is a mixture of concern and considerations, because you have those who are victimized and you have those who are accused of perpetrating levels of violence in their own communities. And therefore, I come to this debate listening very carefully and wanting to hear and to understand. The member from East Central, St. Andrew, when he spoke, made the point, and everybody seemingly embraced it. But the rubber meets the road when they come to issues like these, because he said part of the problem is the certitude that each side bring to the issues. Everybody is certain about their solution and not wanting to listen to any other points of view. So the argument was made very early that there, on that side, there is a number. There are the numbers. So you can, no doubt, the number is already organized to support a particular outcome. But have we listened? Have we learned anything? And are we about to do anything differently? Madam Speaker, I supported every single iteration or whenever the SOE was called. I supported it. Now, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. And every time I supported it, I spoke very feelingly about the deficits and the concerns that I have as a member of parliament representing a complex state where some of the richest people in Jamaica live and some of the poorest persons in Jamaica lives. And in that debate, we have touched on a number of issues. The issue of social intervention, does that begin to address the underlying issues of crime and violence? And if not that, shut your mouth. You know, and if not that, well, we'll see. Anyway, so, Madam Speaker, you make noise on your bottom. You must stand on your feet. Madam Speaker, the issue is that if I listened very intently to what the Minister of Justice had to say. I heard everything he said, very clearly. National security, not... He said something that concerns me. He spoke about the funding that went into social intervention and the certainty which he spoke about that needed to have gone into security arrangements. And I don't think it's an either situation. And he and I have discussed it. I have pointed to him my concerns that even as he go to rework the social intervention, what is left there is a gap. It's almost either this or that. Minister, I can tell you that in Duena Park, they have experienced the longest peace in that community from 2001, I'm told, by the persons who made that happen. And it was a combination between the PMI and what is called the civil dialogue. And when I sat with them and spoke to them, because I wanted to know how they did it and what has preserved the peace and the harmony for so long. And they describe a situation where not only it was that they had activities in the community, but one of the things they did was to invest in the leaders. They trained them up to university. Some of them were sent to do a range of training, skills training, to build capacity and to come back and make their contribution in the community. And that community has not had a gang warfare in the Duena Park community. There was a time when Brook Valley and Sherlock could never see eye to eye. It was a source of great conflicts. Before I came, and since I've been there have been peace between those communities, and the new Member of Parliament can attest to that. And that was because of interventions laid years ago and still continuing and being maintained on some level. From time to time, there are flare-ups, but nothing on the scale of what existed prior to. And so, Minister, my concern when you spoke is that to be sure there needs to be fixing. Even the member who spoke from Southeast St. Andrew, when he spoke about the PMI, he admitted that there are things there that needed to be addressed and to be fixed. But you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. And in its stead, nothing exists. Well, I have been asked, well, Minister, in my case, I've spoken to you and there's been no response to anything that you and I have discussed. No response. So I'm led to believe that there's nothing, because for the last 3 years, since I've been participating in this discussion about SOEs, I've been pleading for certain interventions, small interventions in the interim. Because one of the arguments I make is, while you design this new no doubt evidence-based and data-driven, and I believe in evidence-based and data-driven solution, but while you do that, nothing else seems to be happening. Certainly, at least in my constituency, we have been asking for specific interventions. So the impression is given, certainly at least to me, this Member of Parliament, Minister, that there's nothing in the stead. Nothing. So, Minister, the root causes are issues worthy of paying attention to. Because the SOEs, even if you extend them for 7 years, and I've heard the argument say that it's maybe for 7 years, the question is, what are you doing in between? What are you doing in between? And so this issue of the intervention is real, and I'm concerned that the government, I hear the Minister of National Security saying, and he can correct me when he comes to speak, I hear him saying that the focus, instead of spending these 380 million on a 380 billion, I mean, billion, 380 billion, that if that had gone into security measure. Well, all right, okay. I said you can clarify, but I'm saying that
no, that be considered. I indicated that $380 billion has been spent on social intervention as currently structured. Our objective is to reorient that and focus on the social service institution. We may spend more money. As zones of special operation cost minimum $400 million. We have 5 of them going. In addition to that, what I said in Communal Security Force, that if we had spent even $100 billion during that time, also on security, we would have been in a different position today. During that time, 10 years that the social intervention was proceeding, the security forces were totally neglected. Not even $10 billion spent on them.
All right. Well, the basic point is that I want to direct you to the Duane Park situation, and I ask you to take a look at what has preserved that peace for so long. Prime Minister, let me just say, I have to say this. I started about the liberty and death, life and liberty. And I want to end there. Because the issue of liberty is grounded in the law and in the Constitution in particular. The due process is not a sterile debate. Due process is a fundamental aspect of the rule of law. Fundamental. And I wish to say to you that when I hear debates and discussion about the Constitution being academic, I get very concerned, because our Constitution cannot be viewed, and certainly not by the head of state and the head of government, that the Constitution is academic. It's not an academic discussion, because the rule of law is grounded on due process in particular, which is at the heart of this liberty question. Due process at the heart of this liberty question is at the heart of the Constitution. And so I get very concerned, Prime Minister, when I hear it is academic. It is not, because, as I've said, there are people, persons who will choose liberty over life, who will choose to live free than to be lived and cooped up and oppressed and suppressed with life. So I'm just saying, PM, I think the debate, I end where I started, which is we need to listen much more to each other and be less certain about the solution that we have as being the only solution to the problem that affects all of us. Thank you, Madam.
Yeah. Can I have that, please? Thank you. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have deliberately chosen to speak last on our side. I don't know who else will speak on the government side, but I have chosen to speak last because my position on states of emergency, I think, is quite well known. It's not new. But I really want to hear what my colleagues had to say about the matter, and I must say how proud I am of them for their contributions today. Madam Speaker, the opposition joins in this fight against violent crime. Along with all well-thinking Jamaicans, we all want a safer Jamaica, and we don't oppose for opposing's sake. And I would ask that the majority accept the goodwill with which we approach this matter. We may not agree on the strategy or tactics, but don't take it as a personal affront or something to give rise to rancor. The positions we take are, from our perspective, rational and are based on our worldview and our philosophy and our ethics and our experience. You see, Madam Speaker, I can't support a strategy which does not work and which, in my opinion, violates the rights of the Jamaican people. I can't support that. 2 Sundays ago, on the 14th of November, 2021, the Prime Minister announced another round of states of emergency in 3 parishes in Western Jamaica and in parts of the corporate area. However, in the first week after that state of emergency came into effect, the murder rate in Jamaica actually accelerated. There were 38 murders occurring for the week ending November 20, 2021. This actually represents a rate that is 37% higher than the average weekly number of murders since the start of the year. There has been clearly no shock and awe effect from the declaration of these states of emergency. In my view, the extended use of states of emergency for 3 years, from 2017 through to midway 2020, as a crime-fighting tool, has diluted the effectiveness of this measure, which the Constitution has provided to us as a last resort to deal with short-term periods of emergency. In Westmoreland, since a state of emergency was declared, 2 people were shot and killed in broad daylight at an anti-violence seminar sponsored by UNICEF and the PMI, right in front of the other participants at the seminar. In another incident in Westmoreland, a trainee police officer, Devon Brown, was murdered in his home community, a trainee police officer. And in Kingston, a 16-year-old student of Alpha Academy, Sarika Picard, was shot and killed at her home by her great uncle, a deportee, and others were shot and injured from that same incident. Madam Speaker, these are just a few of the killings that have occurred since the states of emergency were implemented, the 38 murders. Sadly, they highlight the futility of what I regard as a failed strategy. The opposition fully supports the deployment of military personnel to assist the police whenever there is a level of violence that requires saturation policing as a response. The JDF can support the police on patrols and at checkpoints without states of emergency. There can be curfews, there can be cordons and search without states of emergency. All of these tools are provided for in our law, our ordinary legislation, the Defense Act, the Jamaica Constabulary Force Act, and other pieces of legislation that we have. We do not need states of emergency to have police and soldiers supporting the police in our communities. We do not need to take away the rights of our people to make Jamaica safe. It is a dangerous falsehood to suggest that having security on the ground means having states of emergency. And Madam Speaker, if necessary, in the hotspots with high levels of violent crime, zones of special operations can be utilized. We supported that legislation with some amendments which we've argued for and which were accepted when it was passed in 2017. But they have only been used very sparsely since the legislation was passed in 2017. I heard the minister refer to 5 communities. I can think of 4. Denham Town, Mount Salem, Augustown, and part of Greenwich Farm area. If there's a 5th, it has escaped me for the time being. Some of the trouble spots in the current state of emergency areas would benefit from the approach of ASOSO, because at least there is some social investment component there, albeit not sufficiently comprehensive. And that seeks to achieve some sustainability to the short-term gains brought by the saturation of security forces. Parts of central Kingston, for example, have been crying out for ASOSO for months, but to no avail. Madam Speaker, the truth is that the states of emergency used for 3 years, from 2017 to 2020, did not achieve any sustained solution. Gangsters simply migrated to other areas. There was a balloon effect. You squeeze one area and there's a bulge somewhere else. And the murders continued, and the murder rate remained one of the highest in the world. The data make that quite clear. The average annual number of murders in Jamaica over those 3 years was significantly higher than the average annual number of murders achieved over the previous 4 years under the People's National Party government. Clearly, the SOEs were a failed strategy. Over those 3 years, the states of emergency have involved many thousands of young Jamaicans being detained without charge, some of them for many months. Their rights were trampled on by being locked up for extended periods without justification. Some of them lost their jobs and suffered lasting setbacks in their lives. And the member for Central St. Mary has made the point that many innocent persons were exposed in that detention process to criminals and to criminal thinking, and would have, no doubt, that would have affected their own mentality and their behavior, perhaps, when they were finally released. The vast majority of them were eventually released with no charge and no compensation for their detention. This is not the Jamaica, in my opinion, that our ancestors fought and gave their lives for. Support for the state of emergency over that 3-year period fell as people tired of the pointless checkpoints and the curtailment of freedoms of movement and to conduct business. In the early days of the state of emergency, it enjoyed the support of 81% of the population. By February 2020, that support had fallen to 49%, and 44% said it was not effective. And the government, in a few months later, abandoned the state of emergency. Shortly after that, there was a court case decision. But, Madam Speaker, before I get to the court case decision, I want to make the point that 3 years of states of emergency encouraged sloppy law enforcement. The power to detain without charge became a power to ignore the discipline of thorough investigation of cases and case preparation to secure convictions. The recovery of firearms and ammunition in the state of emergency was minimal, and very few prosecutions for serious offenses have arisen from those states of emergency. Madam Speaker, the rank and file of the security forces grew frustrated with the adverse working conditions involved in manning checkpoints for long hours, and they resent there being no improvements in their compensation for that work. And quite frankly, Madam Speaker, we sympathize with their plight, and they are upset about being asked to do this again. And indeed, there was discriminatory treatment at some points between small business operators, the pan chicken man and other street vendors, and the large formalized business establishments in areas under a state of emergency in terms of hours that they could operate. The two Jamaicas was manifested yet again. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, no long-term improvements were achieved by 3 years of states of emergency. Violent crime continues to plague our nation, and this was expected as the state of emergency is a drastic short-term emergency response. It is not a strategy to reduce crime. And there have been no accompanying measures to achieve a turnaround in Jamaica's crime problem, and many of our members spoke about that today. The lack of an attention to the root causes of crime. Madam Speaker, for over a year since discontinuing the states of emergency during 2020, the government has not come with anything to really tackle the problem that we have. It seems that they are at a loss for ideas. They have passed no new legislation to tackle this issue. There have been no new organizational changes within the security forces that we are aware of. There seems to be no new strategy. Jamaicans are not being kept safe, and the record on crime is frankly very, very poor. We support a different approach to this problem of violent crime, and it is one that must be a balanced approach. And Madam Speaker, I call in my speech in the budget presentation for the resumption of Vale Royal talks, and I do so again today. The member for East Central St. Andrew, my predecessor as leader of the opposition, made some quite profound comments today in his presentation about using Parliament to really try and tackle this issue and supporting Parliament adequately so that it can. And I would join with him, and I believe the House leader indicated his agreement with it. So we hope something will come of this. But in the meantime, we need to work together. And this is a major issue confronting the country right now. There are several major issues, but this is certainly one of them, probably the most significant. And we are willing to work with the government to try and fashion solutions which we feel are in the best interest of the people. Madam Speaker, we have to close off the pipeline of our youths flowing into prisons, the morgue, and the cemetery. The member for South East St. Anne spoke to that in very salient terms. We believe in a national program to save at-risk youth from turning to badness and the gun. The education system has failed so many of our youths. We must invest in them and give them a second chance to become productive citizens. That national program has to be well funded. The member for East Kingston and Port Royal indicated that that is a kind of investment that would justify taking on debt. I'm not saying we have to fund it by debt, but the point he was making is it is so central to the future of our country. We cannot defer investing in it now because it's going to, failing to deal with it now is going to have adverse consequences for the future, which will be far more detrimental and expensive to the country. The program must be well funded to include things like mentorship, remedial education, vocational skills training, life skills coaching, preparation for the world of work, job placements, and not in a small scale. This has to be on a national scale. There are hundreds of thousands of youths who are in this position. We started to attempt this with Unite for Change. This government didn't pursue that program and didn't replace it with anything similar. We also believe in the Peace Management Initiative. The member for Southeast St. Andrew spoke to some of the benefits of it, the intangible benefits, the murders that didn't get committed because of the work of the violent interrupters. When we look at what happened in Augustown for over a year, where there was not one murder, it was a significant achievement. When we look at what has happened in northern St. Catherine, recently, we've had a significant reduction in murders there. No state of emergency has achieved that. No. Madam Speaker, the PMI uses community influencers, influential persons in the community, as violence interrupters, who are on the ground and can intervene in conflict and prevent a spiraling of reprisal killings. The government has really abandoned the PMI. I would love to see it built back and make it work for the people again. I believe in it as a program. I'm not saying it's perfect. The member for South East St. Andrew pointed that it has some internal issues. Those should be resolved. It should be adequately resourced because it is a program that can deliver results, and it has proven itself capable of doing so. Madam Speaker, good results can be achieved by proactive cooperation between the police and community leaders, supported by local political organizations, the churches, and non-government organizations. That was how Augustown enjoyed that year of no murders. In my own constituency, a similar initiative began in early October and produced similar good results. We have had a situation in that part of the constituency where we had no murders since that initiative started, which was over a month ago. These proactive efforts, Madam Speaker, need to be supported by the state so that they can be sustainable. Sometimes resources have to be put behind them. Peace must eventually transition into income-earning projects and training opportunities so that the status quo is permanently shifted from a cycle of violence to a cycle of community upliftment. More must be done to create winner cities out of the inner cities. We've spoken to issues like proper garbage collection, critical. What is happening out there now is a disaster. Where's the member from Manchester United? Gone? But the garbage collection situation is shockingly bad. Adequate street lighting is an issue in parts of Kingston where people are most insecure. Decaying water and sewage infrastructure, they must be upgraded so people are not living in squalor. There must be a program to empower residents to upgrade the deplorable housing stock which exists in part of our cities. We must make these investments, Madam Speaker, to create living conditions which support dignity and self-esteem in these communities. And on the law enforcement side, we must proactively modernize our laws to support law enforcement. We passed anti-gang legislation to tackle the main source of murders in this country. That legislation has been showing positive results. We passed legislation to tackle scamming. We passed legislation to enable DNA evidence to be used to support convictions of criminals. This government has really been very poor when it comes to developing and passing effective legislation. Where is the promised overhaul of the Firearms Act? I tabled today 2 bills. One is an amendment to the Firearms Act. The other is an amendment to the Offensive Weapons Prohibition Act to empower persons, in particular women, to carry pepper spray for their self-defense. The member for South East St. Anne spoke to the level of crime and violence against women in this country. We must allow them to protect themselves through a non-lethal weapon like pepper spray. Where are the amendments to the anti-gang legislation? We worked long and hard and concluded the Joint Select Committee deliberations which reviewed that act over a year ago, nearly a year and a half ago. But the proposed amendments to further strengthen it have languished. Nothing has happened since on that, even though tackling gangs by effective prosecutions is so vital to the safety of our people. Where is the legislation to bring new and enhanced security measures? to provide an efficient mechanism for enhanced surveillance of the suspects. In Jamaica now, if you want to get a wiretap, it's one procedure. If you want to monitor somebody leaving the country and monitor them through the borders, is another procedure. If you want to get access to their banking information, it's a third procedure. We need a simplified, cohesive procedure to where that somebody is a suspect of being a violence producer or other serious criminal, so we can have enhanced surveillance of them. This has been something I've been talking about in the Joint Select Committee 2 years ago. Nothing. Where are the tracking devices for the alleged sex offenders? One of the member for East St. Thomas, in her contribution to the constituency debate, called for that. When I was Minister of Justice, we were discussing how that could happen legally. And the way I approached it was to say it can be made a condition of the take-up of bail. So if somebody doesn't want the bail, they don't take it, they don't agree to it. But if they want bail, they agree to it. Yep. And I think it's a fairly elegant and simple solution. Madam Speaker, we've been hearing about these things for a long time, and the government has dropped the ball. These lapses and failures will not occur when we next form the government. Madam Speaker, we see legislative agility as a strategic imperative in tackling the crime problem in a sustainable way. Madam Speaker, I have been consistent in my opposition to the use of states of emergency as a strategy to tackle Jamaica's long-standing problem of violent crime. It does not work, and it will not work. Jamaicans deserve better. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, the use of states of emergency like this is, in my opinion, illegal and unconstitutional. The Supreme Court has said so. I have read that judgment of Bertram Robinson, and he has made it quite clear that the manner in which it was being used was unconstitutional. That is why you're appealing the case. A single judge can't say so. He said so. He said so. And it's being appealed. Madam Speaker, the government has appealed that decision, but the Court of Appeal has not yet ruled on the matter. And Madam Speaker, there is another case, a case out of St. James, that is now before the Constitutional Court to be heard in December. The judicial process, in my opinion, has been grossly disrespected by the government going back to this strategy of states of emergency when the matter is still before the court. I do not support what I regard as a violation of the principle of separation of powers. And indeed, as has been said, the Minister of National Security was quoted as saying he would not do this until the matter had been finally resolved in court. And indeed, he has done it. Madam Speaker, I have received a legal opinion from a leading Queen's Counsel in this country on the current version of the regulations that were promulgated for these states of emergency. And it is clear that the new form of regulations continue to violate the Constitution, in the opinion of that eminent Queen's Counsel. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister has called the rule of law and upholding the Constitution as a matter of academics. I regard that as one of the most dangerous statements ever made by an elected leader in this country. When he became Prime Minister, he swore an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution. Madam Speaker, as a member for Western St. Andrew has said, due process under the rule of law, which is embedded in our constitutional rights, is fundamental to who we are as a people and the democracy that we're in here representing. It is not academic. Madam Speaker, Jamaica is a democracy governed by our Constitution and the rule of law. And we will resist any attempt to make our beloved country into anything resembling a police state. We have come too far to give up our basic rights. Madam Speaker, I cannot, in good conscience, support this state of emergency, and I will not be able to vote in support of it.
Madam Speaker, I rise to indicate for the resolution that is before the House. But in addition to that vote that I will signal in due course, Madam Speaker, I wish to address some of the issues that have been raised surrounding the debate on the use of the SOE. And I begin by saying, in this role as Attorney General, I am eternally grateful for the experience I've had in the courts. Prior to coming to politics, I spent practically every day in the courtroom, beginning as a prosecutor, rising to the level of Assistant Director of Public Prosecution, and then in what is known as the Parish Court, where I call the People's Court, where we see the face of justice. And I've had the privilege of successfully practicing at all levels of our court, and with a high level of success, Madam Speaker. You know, I recall when the rulings in the NIDS case was handed down, there were many persons who expressed the view that a loss by a lawyer means that the lawyer has no sense. But everyday cases are won and lost in courts. And every day, judges are overruled by higher courts. Such is the nature of the practice of law. But you know, Madam Speaker, firstly, let me address the issue of taking action while a case is pending. The opposition has said that it is unconstitutional in some cases. They have expressed the view that it is an affront to the judiciary, it tramples on the separation of powers, and that it is disrespectful, all said in a manner to create strife and to set up unnecessary tension between the executive and the legislature on one hand and the judiciary on the other hand. Each branch of government has specific functions to perform, and each will do what it is constitutionally and legally mandated to do. I want to say to the opposition and to those listening that we have many examples of the legislature taking action while a matter is pending appeal. I don't want any distraction for this point to be lost. And by way of example, I want to invite your attention, and particularly for those who are counsel, to the case of Madehu as appellant, not Malahu, Madehu, against the state of Mauritius and another. It is a decision that was handed down by the Privy Council on the 31st of October 2026. It's 2026 UK Privy Council number 30. I just bring your attention, no, 2016. Let me say that again. It's a judgment of the Privy Council, Jamaica's highest and final court, that was handed down on October 31, 2016. It is cited at 2016 UK Privy Council, UK PC 30. And you can go to paragraph 11, and you see an example of an amendment of law pending appeal. It's just one example that I have cited. And the court, the Judicial Committee, recognized that it is quite permissible for it to be done. They didn't view it as any contempt or as any affront to the judiciary. It simply recognizes that the Parliament may have to take action pending appeal. It understands that the work of government goes on, and that does not mean a disrespect to the judicial branch where a decision is being awaited. And I just want to put this utter nonsense to rest, because it is being said so often, and it is plainly false. Plainly false. I say for anyone who is interested to read for yourself and see. And there are many other examples. Madam Speaker, the other issue I wish to address is this talk that the SOE is unconstitutional, where the Constitution provides for something. It is plainly false to say that it is unconstitutional. Plainly false to say that. And, Madam Speaker, constitutions are given a liberal and not a literalistic interpretation, particularly Bill of Rights. So, in some cases, a fine distinction is drawn, and you hear that the way it is being done. But for the most part, what is being said by the opposition is that states of emergency are unconstitutional. It's just plainly false. And you know, Madam Speaker, there are so many persons who listen to the utterances and grab onto them because they are not picking up the Constitution, they are not picking up the Acts of Parliament and reading them. And instead, they are being misled. But I think at the heart of the debate is a difference in approach. And I'm heartened by the sobriety of the presentations so far.
House Leader, 7:20.
Madam Speaker, I do recognize that it is now 7:20 p.m. and I ask that the House be allowed to sit beyond 7:30 so as to complete the business of the House. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
The question is that the time being 7:20 p.m., the House be allowed to sit beyond to complete the business of the day. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Madam Attorney General.
At the press conference that was called to announce the imposition of a state of emergency, that I was of the considered view that if the opposition were privy to the briefing that the government had received, in my estimation, I don't see how they could reject the recommendations of the security chiefs. And you know, Madam Speaker, I listened to a presentation from the CMOC representative, that's a Crime Management Oversight Committee, indicating that insofar as their monitoring of this declaration, they took no issue with it because the criteria set were met in terms of the dialogue. They, however, expressed their disappointment in the delay in passing the agreed legislation, and in particular, the proposed Enhanced Security Measures Act. And just to say that the work on that piece of legislation is far advanced. The decision was taken to await the review by the Joint Select Committee of the Parliament of the Zozo law and to determine whether provisions in relation to the ESMA, the Enhanced Security Measures, would be placed in the Zozo Act or separately. And the review process of the Zozo law went on because we had a number of Joint Select Committees that were sitting at the same time, and we have a single chamber. The limited facilities actually prohibited a faster rate of deliberation on these laws that are under review. But just to say that the work on the law is far advanced, and in fact, I believe that the delay will inure to the benefit of the provisions because there is a reconciling that is taking place in respect of the provisions in the various pieces of legislation, including what the opposition leader pointed out. And I take that point very well, and that work is taking place. And the commitment that Prime Minister Holness gave that we would have an exchange on the provisions. That commitment still stands, and in fact it was honored in the earlier iteration of the policy document surrounding the proposed law. Madam Speaker, I want to turn focus to the detention provisions. I hear the opposition leader and other members of the opposition say that they can't support the measures because they trifle. They can't support a strategy that violates the rights of the Jamaican people. And the opposition leader indicated that he has had the benefit of a leading Queen's Counsel's opinion on the matter, who has opined that the regulations in their current form are unconstitutional. Unfortunately, he didn't say which provisions. But again, the practice of law is such that views will differ, and then it's a competition for the better view to prevail. But just to say to the people of Jamaica that we have reviewed the provisions with great care, and the version of the regulations for these two states of public emergency have revised and new provisions, particularly in relation to detention. Madam Speaker, the liberty right that is guaranteed in the Constitution is one that is set out at Section 14. And the Constitution provides that no person shall be deprived of his liberty except on reasonable grounds and in accordance with fair procedures established by law in some 13 circumstances of departure. We know that the rights that are guaranteed are not absolute rights. And it is something that has to be said over and over and over and over again, because those rights are guaranteed to a certain extent. And that extent is, I want to read it, because I'm not really in the habit of talking around provisions of law. I actually like to go to the provisions. Constitution, at the start of Chapter 3, which sets out the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedom, says, Madam Speaker, that, among other things, the following provisions of this chapter shall have effect for the purpose of affording protection to the rights and freedoms of persons as set out in those provisions. And here are the important words: to the extent that those rights and freedoms do not prejudice the rights and freedoms of others. These words were in the previous iteration of the Constitution. But the point is that the rights and freedom that are guaranteed are not absolutely guaranteed. And the Constitution itself sets out the circumstances in which you may derogate, and it also sets out the standard of derogation. So I beg members of the opposition, especially those who are my learned friends at the bar, officers of the court, to just resist the temptation to say things that are plainly false. Because, you know, we operate in this competitive political space. So let me turn to the regs, Madam Speaker, and what is different in these regulations. The regulations have new or reformulated provisions. At paragraph F of the definition, I'll start there. Essential services in Regulations 2 has been expanded, and it now includes a reference to the maintenance of any electronic communication system as defined in the Electronic Transaction Act. And the reason for the change is really to modernize and to incorporate the modern technology in the scope of these regulations. Regulation 27A now clearly states the circumstances where a search may be conducted with or without a warrant. Regulation 27A(1) provides that a justice of the peace may issue a warrant empowering an authorized officer to enter and search a vehicle, land, or premises in or on which the authorized person has reasonable cause to suspect is located, where the person that is suspected of having committed an offense against the regulations. A warrant is not needed for the authorized person to enter and search a vehicle, land, or premises in or on which a person is suspected of being located, where the person is suspected of being in the course of committing or is about to commit an offense against the regulations. There is nothing unconstitutional about that. Nothing. Secondly, Madam Speaker, Regulation 30, which provides for the powers of arrest and detention. They now specifically empower an authorized person to act in a manner that is consistent with Section 14(1) of the Constitution. So there's been a lot of angst about persons who were detained, let out, and no charge were laid against them. In our interrogation of the security forces, as part of our assessment of how the state of emergency has worked, the police have indicated that in the communities where the SOEs have been declared, there are persons who are in open space that are targeted by the professional criminals. They are used to commit crimes, they become victims of crimes. And many times, they have to separate them from the space to really prevent them from committing an offense or becoming a victim. And that explains, to a large extent, why persons would be taken in and let out after a while, because there is a cooling off that takes place. And I hear it said that it is unconstitutional to do that. But you know, Madam Speaker, the very Constitution provides for an interference with liberty. It provides for arrest and detention, detention in particular, where it is reasonably necessary to prevent a person from committing an offense. And I don't know how, for the life of me, the Constitution, the mother of all laws, can make a provision so explicit, and then others are saying that it is unconstitutional. Unless I'm missing something, because it is not that I don't understand the concerns, genuine concerns that have been raised about persons in detention. So I invite those who are questioning to look at the provision, and when they do, look at it against what is provided for in the Constitution itself. Madam Speaker, there is no longer a power for the minister to issue detention orders or to order that a person may be confined to that person's residence or other place as specified by the minister. And you know, the detention orders have been a source of contention. We have been researching them. As we research things, we don't just advise the government out of thin air. We do research. I do research. And the detention orders were used in a really bad way in the 1976 state of emergency. And it has left a really bad taste in the mouths of persons. And even persons serving in this chamber have had their experience with it. And we have listened to the concerns that have been raised. And, Madam Speaker, we have revised accordingly. And just to say that it is quite lawful for a member of the executive to engage in the liberty of someone. There is nothing unlawful about it. How it is done, though, can be either lawful or unlawful. The how of it, but not the what of it. So, Madam Speaker, we also draw attention to Regulation 38(9). For those who don't understand, and I say that because I recall some of the questions that were posed outside of this Honourable House. When a state of emergency is called, the Constitution provides for mandates actually the establishment of a review tribunal to which persons may lodge their objection, for want of better words, and ask for review of their detention. The Chief Justice appoints the chair of the Constitution, and the Governor-General appoints the other two members in accordance with the regulations and the Constitution. One of the issues that was raised repeatedly is that some persons never applied, or it took some time for them to apply, and so having regard to that, we decided to make the review also automatic periodically. So no longer a detainee has to wait until he lodges the objection. After a 7-day period, the tribunal will review. And that is in addition to a request for review. But the Constitution also sets the time frame after which a subsequent review can take place once you go before the tribunal. That is set out in the Constitution itself. So when the Constitution says that it shall not be done before a 6-week period, it can't be said to be unconstitutional to have the person detained for that time period. I understand that there are concerns, but it is not unconstitutional. So for those who constantly tell members of the public that it is so, it's plainly false. And I just beg you, just stop it. If for no other reason, especially if you're a lawyer, don't embarrass yourself. Madam Speaker, you know, I've been thinking about the issue. So we're doing two things here. We're renewing the regulations because they have a lifespan of 7 days. Really, we should bring them to 14 days for the lifespan of the proclamation. And then when they're renewed, they should last up to the period of extension. The Constitution does not set out any criteria for extending the SOEs. And I know some debate rage. And in my own research on theories of constitutional interpretation, I came upon one school of thought which says that, you know, when constitutions are silent on some things, then the court really gives way to the will of the legislature. And there are many cases that I have come upon which says that. So what happens here is that the Constitution indicates how the vote will take place on an extension resolution. And it is set at a 2/3 majority. And in the normal scheme of things, we have the debate, heated debate. The stats are provided, the reasons and the justification are provided, views are exchanged, and a vote is taken. Really interesting to see how issues of constitutional interpretation have been dealt with. And there is a whole body of case law. You don't have to take my word for it. The good thing about the law is that things are written down. See, there are some things that you give your opinion on, and there are some things that are just facts that you pick up and check. So, Madam Speaker, if no one remembers anything about my contribution to this debate, I really want to say that it is plainly false to say that the states of public emergency are unconstitutional, separate issue from the divergence in perspective as to how they are utilized. And what I'm about to say, I'm not saying it arrogantly. I'm saying it because it is a reality that who is elected to govern gets a say. Doesn't mean that you say it with arrogance, but the truth is that you have the burden to make the decisions and decide you must, and you have to run government on a day-to-day basis. So, Madam Speaker, where the Constitution makes clear provision, it is just plainly false to say that to act on those provisions is unconstitutional. I want to close by saying that I do recognize that detention powers have been used in many different ways, and our law books are replete with examples of how it should not be done. As Attorney General, I see how much the state has paid out where cases are brought, and sometimes we get no instructions to mount a defense. So I understand that there are genuine reasons to be concerned, but I hear this view about shock and awe, and that the way the states of emergencies have been used under the Holness administration, it has taken out the shock and awe. And I said to myself, you know, the first time I heard about shock and awe was when I was young counsel at the bar prosecuting in the gun court. And you hear about the red cell, red and dread, indefinite detention, when police kick down people's houses. And I can't help but wonder if that is a version of the use of policing powers that is stuck in the minds of some persons. And unless the police go and kick off door and knock down people and box them down, there is no shock and awe. Because my research also tells me, you know, Madam Speaker, that in countries like Jamaica, with the murder rate that we have, they are described as in a permanent state of emergency. I was actually shocked when I came upon the expression, a permanent state of emergency. And I can pass to you where that research was found, so you can see that I'm not making up those words. I actually was shocked, because I was looking on the provisions that we have in the Constitution, where they came from, how other jurisdictions have looked at their emergency powers, the changes that they have made, how they have been used. And I said to myself, but all of this thing about how we have been using it in circumstances where, Madam Speaker, in circumstances where alleged acts, alleged and actual acts of violence, and violence leading to murder, as the Prime Minister said, so heinous, so violent, so barbaric, so cruel, and so rampant. That is to say, Madam Speaker, they are of such a nature, and they are so extensive a scale, and that scale is adjudged by the per capita murder rate. And they are occurring in a context where social media and other forms of media publicize these acts so indiscriminately that they are up in your face, sparing practically no one from seeing the disturbing images. The Prime Minister highlighted the head that was cut off. Football, they're using it as football. Just one of many examples of barbarity, a dissension for the worst of the worst. And we say that public safety is not endangered in those circumstances. I don't know what else to say. But, Madam Speaker, these are serious times. They're serious times. And no government that is elected to govern has the option of just sitting and talking. You know, before I take my seat, I was having a discussion with some colleagues from the English bar. And in that discussion, one of them said, you know, Madam Attorney, for many, the Constitution and discussions around the Constitution are academic debates. But for any attorney, as they call the Office of Attorney General, it's something that you live and breathe every single day. So those who want to take out of context the Prime Minister's reference to academic discussion, the Prime Minister wasn't saying that a matter before the court is academic. The Prime Minister is really saying that for some who are discussing issues of constitutionality, they do so in a theoretical context. But for those of us who have been entrusted with the reins of government at this time, these are real issues that we have to deal with. There's nothing academic about it. They're real issues that we're dealing with. So again, I said to people, don't bother be mischievous. Because the Prime Minister is not a lawyer, and he expresses himself in a certain way. Don't bother be mischievous about it. He meant no offense to anyone. But it is a reality. It is a reality that these are not academic issues that we're dealing with, even though they do take up a lot of academic space. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
PM. Madam Speaker, I'd just like to add a few words in this debate, because it's important that I do, because I've heard so often members in the media and the opposition speaking about the SOE as being unconstitutional. And indeed, Madam Speaker, indicating that the court has so decided. And I'm very disappointed, Madam Speaker, that the leader of the opposition and other members, including the spokesperson National Security, can even indicate that the court has decided that the SOE is unconstitutional. And my only interpretation, my only understanding, Madam Speaker, is that neither the leader of the opposition nor the spokesperson National Security have read the case. Because if they have read the case, they would understand what was said in the case. And I know the leader of the opposition went to a good university. And if he went to, having gone to a good university, he would understand when he reads the case. Because if he read the case, he would see, and I've said it to him before, that if he looked at paragraph 38 said, this is Justice Bertram Morrison. Further, or in the alternative, they submit that based on the orders sought and the affidavits in support filed by the applicants, it is clear and obvious that the applicants are asking the court to pronounce on the constitutionality of the respective states of emergency. This, it is humbly submitted, cannot be done on an application for a writ of habeas corpus, but is more properly suited for constitutional full court. So what is so obvious? And you, leader of the opposition, should know as a Minister of Justice that the constitutionality of any law cannot be pronounced by a single judge. It has to be by a full court. And I'm disappointed that anyone in this House is not aware of that law. Only a tribunal of three in a full court can decide on the constitutionality of any law in this House. So, Leader of the Opposition, you should, with due respect, withdraw that position.
Madam Speaker, I think I have a right to respond to that. That judgment is replete with dicta criticizing the way in which the state of emergency was utilized, juxtaposing it to constitutional provisions, and making statements of law to the effect that it was not compliant. it did arise from a habeas corpus application. It wasn't a constitutional motion before the Constitutional Court. But it represents a precedent with strong dicta supporting the view that the use of the state of emergency in that way was unconstitutional. And I stand by it, and it is being appealed, and the Court of Appeal has not yet ruled. And there's another matter now before the Constitutional Court with the same issues and others being raised. So, with all due respect, Minister, you can say what you want about the procedure. The judgment is full of dicta supporting the position I've taken. Full.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I rise... No, one second. Madam Speaker, with due respect, Madam Speaker, judges sometimes unnecessarily and with due respect, irrelevantly engage in obiter dicta. Engage in obiter dicta. And the leader of the opposition should well have been.
Madam Speaker, I am asking my colleague, my two colleagues, to cease and desist from discussing the case that is on appeal.
Okay.
I am asking for your ruling. No further discussion on the case.
With due respect, Madam Speaker, that's the last thing I would do, to discuss the case. Save an excess to say.
No. Member, as long as it does not relate to the case before
I understand that,
the
Madam
court.
Speaker. Very well, I understand very well. All I am saying is that the case never decided on the constitutionality of the SOE. Having said that, Madam Speaker, that is argument done. So I ask the leader of the opposition and anyone, the media, anyone, do not say that it has been decided, because it has not been decided. Madam Speaker, just a few more words. Madam Speaker, the state of emergency that has been called by the government in various communities is absolutely important. Because, Madam Speaker, we need to face the reality that there are some communities that are controlled by criminal dons. Can't ignore that. Madam Speaker, there are communities of which I had the opportunity to neutralize, where dons control the communities and dictate to the residents how they must behave. And when SOEs are called, these members in these communities are so happy because at long last they can move about. Madam Speaker, in Grand Spen, people could not move across from Morgan Lane to Shortwood Lane, from Andrew Spen to Grand Spen, because there were dons that controlled the communities. It was bold action by the ministers, fraternal stakeholders, and myself to neutralize them. And Madam Speaker, we still have these communities being controlled by criminal elements. And Madam Speaker, when the SOE, the state of a public emergency, is called, the vast majority of members are happy, very happy. Because, Madam Speaker, it's a couple dozen people in these communities who dictate how people must behave. And I say to the opposition, Jamaica has a problem in that we have not been able to control the dons. These are the dons who dictate how people behave in the corners of so many communities. Until we can control them until we can neutralize them. And I say neutralize because there are many of these dons in grand spend who are now hard-working citizens. The question is, how do we get to them? And I say, Madam Speaker, the SOE is a path for us to be able to get to the communities, to urge them to live in peace and order. I say, Madam Speaker, Leader of the Opposition, members in this Parliament, let us all work together to see how we can bring peace and order in these communities. The SOE, yes, is not the solution, but it is the path to really free up the people in many of these communities. I urge you, members of the opposition, support the SOE so that we can bring back order to these communities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I am of a mind to be merciful. To myself and to the members of the House. But, Madam Speaker, being the Prime Minister of the country, the people obviously are paying attention to what I will say on these matters, because ultimately the burden of government is on my shoulder, and therefore it is not a responsibility that I can take lightly. In other circumstances, I would have just risen and I would have said, Madam Speaker, please put the vote because the subject has been thoroughly debated. But the records here must reflect my views on such an important matter. One important matter was raised, Madam Speaker, by the member from Southwest Clarendon. And in his presentation, the member is absent, but we're grateful for the presence of the Leader of the Opposition and the Leader of Government Business. The member said, that is from Southwest Clarendon, if we continue to have, and every time we have a vacancy where the post of the Commissioner of Police is concerned, we continue to use the military officers, and we are going to get military options in terms of the way of fighting crime. That is the only solution you can get from a military officer, is to use soldiers to take away people's rights and throw them in a cell. Madam Speaker, this is a dangerous comment and ought to be dealt with substantially. The member refused to withdraw the comment, and therefore the comment is still in our records. It has been the strategy of the opposition to try and place in the minds of the people that the government is somehow trying to militarize the police, that the government is using military solutions, that the government is somehow trampling on the rights of people. Madam Speaker, let me say for the records, though it doesn't need to be said, but for the records, this is a lie.
Prime Minister, just
Speaker,
a moment, Prime Minister. This is not a trivial matter. And I don't expect, when we are discussing and the Prime Minister is referring to something that is so serious, that anyone, least of all the maker of the comment, should be reacting in the way he does. It is a serious comment.
Madam Speaker, everyone in this House is entitled to their opinion. But, Madam Speaker, opinions are interpretation of the facts. And the facts do not support this very wide and dangerous interpretation. No military officer has thrown anyone in prison and taken away anyone's rights. It happened in a period of time when we were not the government. Madam Speaker, the member is new to the House, so I am willing to forgive ignorance. But, Madam Speaker, this is not the only administration that has appointed someone from the military to be the chief of police. It is dangerous. And I urge the opposition. I urge the opposition to be very careful in placing in the minds of Jamaicans these kinds of thoughts. It is dangerous, and I urge the member to reflect on it, and if through his rumination on the matter, if he would rise and withdraw it, it would do our nation well. Madam Speaker, the member from Southeast, St. Andrew, raised the point about shock and awe. Now, Madam Speaker, we in this House would have lived through 2010, May. And if you need any shock and awe, just reflect on 2010. And, Madam Speaker, when this administration decided that we do have an emergency and we need to address it, we went through a long process to ensure that the use of extraordinary power would not come at the expense of the rights and liberties of the people of Jamaica. Madam Speaker, we went through every process to ensure that we trained the police in human rights. We developed the zones of special operations before we put in states of public emergency, so that there could be a controlled environment in which the police could actually use and exemplify extraordinary powers. We went through a deliberate process of explaining to our security forces that they can use extraordinary powers, that they can use force without shock and awe and violence. Thankfully, this debate is not about the police abusing people's human rights or taking away anybody's life. That's not what this debate is about, thankfully. So we can say, this administration can say, that unlike previous SOEs, we have used these emergency powers in a very thoughtful way. And we have used it without trying to instill fear in people. Madam Speaker, the funny thing about it is that with the SOEs as we have crafted them, people are not hiding underneath their beds. People are able to come from under their beds and enjoy their freedom. Madam Speaker, some people have an academic view of freedom. Some people only write about it and read about it. But they don't understand when I go down to Westmoreland and the lady come out of her yard and say, "Thank you, Prime Minister. I can walk freely in my community. Thank you, Prime Minister. I don't have to sleep under my bed." It's not theoretical. It is not some matter of a state about whether or not we live free or die. Many Jamaicans in this country are dying because they can't live free. Whilst we in this House debate some points that will never guarantee and secure the freedom of the people. What is hurtful to me personally about this debate is to hear the leader of the opposition and others talk about people's rights have been taken away and their income have been disrupted. Madam Speaker, who is speaking about the rights of the innocent people who have been killed in this country? Madam Speaker, again, as I visited Westmoreland, we were talking in a group of people, and obviously they were all complaining about the crime situation. And one lady stepped forward and she said, "Prime Minister, I am a product of crime." And I looked at her strangely. "What do you mean by that?" She went on, Madam Speaker, to explain that 2 nights before, her nephew was at their home and gunmen came, kicked off the nephew's door to his bedroom, pointed a gun at him and asked him his name, gave his name, and they shot him and killed him. So I said to her, "No, you're not a product, you are a victim." Nobody in this House is speaking about the rights of the victims and their loved ones to safety, security, and justice. I don't need anybody to define my statements about academic. I want it to be clear. Nobody inside here can tell me about the importance of the Constitution. It is my job, more than anybody else's job here, to protect and defend the Constitution. It is my job. And I am certain that I have done everything that I can do in the discharge of my duties to ensure that whatever we do, we respect the Constitution and we go over and above to ensure that we protect the people with the Constitution. And the way in which we have executed the state of public emergency exemplifies that. To the point where they stand up and say, "But wait, this is not state of emergency. This is not 1976. Of course it is not 1976, because the Andrew Holness-led government made sure that the Constitution, which allows for, it is there, the government to respond to situations that are clearly emergency. And if the argument is that the 1,290 odd people who have been killed, we give you the exact figure. So far, if that is not 1,297, if that is not an emergency, I recall the leader of the opposition standing up in Parliament and saying It was always a shock to me. What does he mean by this? That when our Bill of Rights were being written and passed, that our murder rate was 1,000 murders on average per year. And therefore, that is what would be considered acceptable in a free and democratic society. Now, if you ask me of anything that anybody should be arguing about, it is that point.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, I don't know.
That is a point that should be explained and should be argued about.
Mr. Prime Minister, I don't know what you're referring to, but
okay.
I have never said anything about there being a acceptable level of murders in the society. Where I got that from? But that is a fabrication. I'd ask that you withdraw it.
Leader, there is Hansard, so before you say fabrication, there are records there that can...
No.
I don't know I've never said anything about 1,000 murders.
Anyway, Madam Speaker, I have to raise these points because whilst we on this side are certain of how we will vote and the outcome of today's exercise, there is still the Senate. And we still need the support of the opposition. And the points that are being made, which suggests that we don't have an emergency, and therefore we can use other measures, that point has to be addressed. Because the academic debate is really whether or not there is an emergency. That is the debate. And from our standpoint, one murder is one murder too many. From our standpoint, we believe that we can bring down the murder rate, and we have demonstrated and we have brought down the murder rate. Madam Speaker, the murder rate surpassed 1,000 murders consistently from 2004. From 2004 until now, we are above 1,000 murders. We went up to as close as 1,690 odd murders, almost 1,700 murders. That's how high we went. Madam Speaker, the only thing in the last decade that brought down murders sustainably and substantially and significantly was the imposition of a state of public emergency in 2010. Look at the figures. And it had such a long-lasting and sustainable effect, giving the then government, now opposition, an opportunity for regular policing measures to work, but even then, the reductions were incremental. To the point that by 2015, with regular policing measures, the numbers started to rise again. I happen to know that that government contemplated SOEs, and I want them to deny. Anyway, and Madam Speaker, when we became the government, we took very serious note of the report of the Commission of Inquiry into the 2010 SOEs. And we decided that if we're going to do this thing, we must ensure that we put in place the measures that protects the rights of the citizens so that Jamaica never goes back to that place where a commission of inquiry would have to be held into the use of force. And it worked, Madam Speaker. I don't know if the graphs can be shown, but in St. James, for example, where clearly the situation was getting out of control, the imposition of the SOEs, it's quite visible right there. Leader of the opposition, if you cast your eyes to the screen, you will see that it's a bit pale and small, but I could just carry you through it very quickly. So from the first imposition of the SOEs in 2018, you would see the dramatic reduction. You would see, well, remember we haven't put SOEs in the entire Jamaica. But I will read to you the statistics. I just put this one because this is the longest that we have implemented SOEs in St. James. And you can see the impact of it. That in the first installation, it brought the numbers down in a sustained way for almost a year. When the opposition voted against it and it broke, you can see that middle number right there, and you see what happened. It shot up in February, shot up in March. We instituted it in April, and you saw it went right back down. And we have been able to literally keep it very flat. It's a different graph from the pre-SOE era. Since we have taken out the SOEs, you can see a trend on a month-by-month basis where the numbers have started to creep up again. The SOEs work. And if you were to take the analogy of the SOE being the emergency measures that we have taken during the pandemic to slow and control the spread of the virus, you would effectively say that the SOEs have flattened the curve. That's what they have done. It is not meant, and no one on this side has ever said that the SOE is the silver bullet. That's not what we have been saying. The SOE cannot replace conventional policing. This is a point on which we agree. The SOE, however, is a tool to attenuate the situation, to bring it to heel, to allow conventional policing to work. And I don't think that the country should be deprived of the use of these tools when they are clearly defined as to how they should be used, and especially when it is clear that this government is making every effort to ensure that the rights of citizens are protected. Madam Speaker, the opposition faces a dilemma. And I can tell you that the position has always been on that side, and I've asked the leader of the opposition before, what is your position on the SOEs? You said you're not supporting the SOEs. And the leader of the opposition stood up and corrected me. He said, no, that's not what I've said. You have said that you're not supporting the SOEs because they are unconstitutional. And Madam Speaker, as the Minister of Justice and others have said, there has been no such ruling. So the position of lack of support for the SOE must be more than just a conviction. It is probably a strategy to ensure that the government does not have full use of a tool that could result in the reduction of murders in the country.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, that is imputing motive. That is imputing motive. It is suggesting that we are taking a position on this side for achieving some kind of political strategy to ensure that the government is not successful. And that is very untrue. I think it's unbecoming of the Prime Minister to say that in a debate such as this. And I would ask that he withdraw it.
Madam Speaker, far be it from me to in any way impute motive. So Madam Speaker, without question, Madam Speaker, I withdraw the comment without argument. So, Madam Speaker, there are other considerations as well. There are other considerations as well. Because we have had SOEs instituted by this Parliament with the support of the opposition. In fact, we cannot have had any SOEs extended without the support of the opposition. So we have to be contemplating now what has changed. What has changed so that the point is that we are not likely to have the support of the opposition in this, when previously Madam Speaker, the government can just announce them, for 14 days. And we are being constitutional. We have to come to Parliament and ask for the support. And it is the opposition that would have considered the urgency of the situation. It would have been the opposition that would have heard the cries of the people. And it would have been the opposition that would say, all right, you need the one vote, you need. And it would have been done. So if it is not a change in policy to deny the truth, then I don't know how to carry the argument. So, well, so then, so if that is the case, it is a matter of politics and not. That's what it comes down to. And I have to account to the mother of the trainee policeman who was killed again in Westmoreland. Exact point, leader of the opposition. It is an emergency. Madam Speaker, the leader of the opposition is pointing out and making my exact point that we have an emergency. We have criminals who are brazen and who are resourced. Madam Speaker, when we have a situation where an internationally sponsored peace training event is taking place in Westmoreland, and someone, a youngster, can walk into that training session in the open view of everyone and kill another youngster, isn't that an emergency? Madam Speaker, there is a misconception about states of public emergency. In our concept of states of public emergency, we use it, or we see it as the ultimate shock and awe, the ultimate abandon of rights and a total empowerment of the state to act even without consideration. That's not how this side sees the SOEs. People have grown accustomed by virtue of the experience of the 70s, but this is not how we use the SOEs. Madam Speaker, in France in 2015, they faced several terrorist attacks. Almost 300 persons were killed. And they instituted a state of public emergency. Their parliament agreed to extend it several times. In fact, I believe it was extended for about 6 times. And it ended in 2017. So, Madam Speaker, states of public emergency are, in the first instance, designed to be short-term responses. But the Constitution provides that as long as the emergency exists and it is necessary, the powers are there, which is why the extension is given. There is a protection given, which is that the opposition, you have to come to Parliament and debate the extension of it. And it needs the opposition to consider whether or not there is an emergency in the country that would justify the use of extraordinary powers. A point was made by the member from Western St. Andrew. Is the government listening? It's a very important point. This government listens. This government listens. Issues have been raised about the how of detentions and the use of ministerial powers. And we have made changes to the regulations to reflect the issues raised in this House. Right? We have made changes. And Madam Speaker, just looking at the regulations, I can see the differences. And you could consider, Madam Speaker, that we have been very liberal in ensuring the protection of the rights of citizens. To the point where members on this side can say, but this don't have any shock and awe. Madam Speaker, what is it that we are asking for under the SOE? We want, Madam Speaker, powers of detention that are just above what we have regularly. We want, Madam Speaker, the use and deployment of the military. The point was made that the military is deployed every day. And that is so, Madam Speaker. But there is a difference with the deployment under the SOE, in that the military is given a certain empowerment that they can operate on their own. It is not a difficult thing to understand, but the JCF and the JDF operate on two different tempos. And so you now have the ability to have a multiplied force that can take on certain specific public order tasks, certain peacekeeping tasks for a much more long-term engagement. And they can do it, Madam Speaker, with persistence. With the police force, the level of engagement is slightly different because obviously the police force operate on a shift basis. There is a rotation, the length of time they can spend in any one area, all of those considerations. So the two forces operate under two different tempos. And that is why the security forces usually in these circumstances welcome the SOEs because one, it enables the military, as I've said, to act in the maximum capacity of their tempo, and it allows the police to rationalize their operation. So for example, the manning of roadblocks. You can have more policemen being used in investigative work, whilst you could have the army, for example, taking up much of the static and operational duties that are geographically bound, while you can have the police doing the investigations and the surveillance. And that works. It is a force multiplier, and it expands the force, and that is why communities feel a greater presence of security forces in the area, because the SOE allows for a more strategic and tactical use of the force, which is more dynamic and more long-lasting in its static form. Madam Speaker, the argument about the SOEs don't work, as I've said, Madam Speaker, and I've showed graphically that that is not the case. I just wanted to, for the record, for the police division of St. James, from the 18th of January 2018 to the 31st of January 2019, the murder rate, the reduction in the murder rate was 70%. That's the SOE. For the Parish, St. James, Westmoreland, and Hanover, the 30th of April 2019 to the 17th of August 2020, the reduction was 25%. For St. Andrew South, from the 7th of July 2019 to the 17th of August 2020, there was a 3% reduction. For Kingston East, from the 26th of January 2020 to the 17th of August 2017, there was a 37% reduction. In Central Kingston, from the 14th of June to the 17th of August 2020, there was a 38% reduction. And in Kingston West, there was, for the similar time, there was a 25% reduction. So this argument that the SOEs do not work, Madam Speaker, is not factual. The SOEs have been very effective. Madam Speaker, just 9 days or 10 days into the SOE, the opposition is very quick to say that the SOEs are a failure. It is unfair and it is an unfortunate characterization because the measures need some time to work. But even then, Madam Speaker, yes, there has been a slight, well, an increase in the number of murders in the Parish. Before the SOE, for the first 10 days, there were 7 murders. After, in the first 10 days of the SOE, we had 10 murders. So there's a difference of 3. But, Madam Speaker, in the other areas where the SOEs have been called, we have seen a reduction of 7 for Kingston Eastern, Kingston Central, Kingston Western, and St. Andrew South. There were 14 murders in the first 10 days before the SOE. Since the SOE, there have only been 10. Been 4, sorry. Been 4. Thank you. There's been 4, so there's a difference, a reduction of 10. So, Madam Speaker, overall, when you take the SOEs, the murders have reduced by 7 in the first 10 days compared to the 10 days prior to the calling of the SOEs. So, it is not true to say that the SOEs are not working. And I just wanted that to be on the record and for it to be in the consideration of the Senate when they come to debate it. Madam Speaker, in closing, I want to make another point. Whilst murders have increased, and we are very concerned about that, all other serious crimes have reduced. It's an amazing thing, Madam Speaker. And I'm making this point because the argument is that the government isn't doing anything about crime. But I think that the public should apply a little bit more discernment to the conversation. Certainly, when murders and homicides are increasing, it does create a pall of fear in the entire society. But just for the records, shootings have recorded a reduction of 1.8%, rape a reduction of 25.2%, robbery a reduction from 27%, and break-ins a reduction in 15.2%. So the police, our law enforcement, they are being effective in dealing with serious and violent crimes. The challenge that we have, Madam Speaker, is the epidemic of murders. And it is at a point where we have to consider it an emergency. It is at the point where the government cannot sit by idly while members of our society use the freedom that they have, that the government protects for them. They take that freedom, Madam Speaker, and use it to kill innocent people. When other countries face these challenges, they use the emergency powers. Their parliament comes together because the supreme interest is to protect the lives of our citizens. That is the supreme interest. It is not an academic interest. It is not something for us to debate to find points. Because all of us have to account to that mother in Westmoreland. You call her, I visit her. All of us have to account to her about her son. And I would like to know who sleep good with their conscience. That's what it comes down to. So, Madam Speaker, I urge members opposite and in the House above this to seriously consider their public obligation and vote in support of the extension of their service.
Madam Speaker. Perhaps I have spoken. It's for me to good. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's not appropriate to say much more after the Prime Minister has spoken. It's really my intent to close it, to invite the members to vote in the debate before you. But just to clarify 2 or 3 factual things that should be in the record. One, the member from St. Mary spoke of sweeping off young men off the street. A misleading statement used to excite public opinion. At the close of the last state of public emergency, we had 240 individuals in detention, of which some half of them were charged, the other half released. Of interest, we will track. It will be of interest to track, because we know by anecdotes, several of those are involved in active criminal activity. Several have been killed in combat between themselves, and 2 or 3, I think, were killed in combat with the police. In case the members very often speak of putting more men on the ground, this government has used extensive cordon and search and curfews on an ongoing basis. But more critically, the more of that kind of hotspot activity you have, the more numbers you need. And no government has done anything, none, to increase the number of police officers before this government on the instruction of this Prime Minister. This year we should be recruiting some 1,250. And as the COVID settled down, we moved to the 1,500 target that we can, in fact, expand the police force to the level where we want. So, Madam Speaker, just urge them, stick with the facts. This government is moving to transform the police and to invest in our poor communities. This booklet has laid out the full impact of the work of the Commissioner of Police with the government to transform the police. I just want to close on one single point. I will not comment on their talk. One thing, I repeat 2 things. One, the members' allusion to the Commissioner of Police, which the Prime Minister spoke extensively to, a dangerous comment. But there is a tendency out there, Madam Speaker, to begin to sow discontent. At a time when we are hit by an epidemic of crime, it is dangerous and irresponsible. Madam Speaker, the work of the government to strengthen the security apparatus well established. I won't speak to the issue of salary negotiation, but the Minister have laid out a new structure to correct a lot of the anomalies, including that for the police. And I want to re-emphasize that. So, Madam Speaker said, the Prime Minister has spoken at length, and it is not appropriate for me to say, in the commentary, I'm clarifying some factual issues that need to be in the records of Parliament. And I now move that the motion before the House be approved by the Honourable House. Madam Speaker, if you so please.
The question before the House is that the motions, notice of which the Minister gave earlier, be approved. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? Good. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Bartlett? Mr. Brown? Mr. Brown? Dr. Brownberg? Dr. Chang? Dr. Charles? Mr. Charles? Mr. Chin? Mr. Chuck? Mr. Clark? Aye. Dr. Clark? Aye. Mr. Cousins? No. Ms. Crawford? Mrs. Cuthbert-Flynn? Yes. Ms. Daley? Mr. Davis? Ms. Davis? Dr. Dunn? Mr. Goldine? Mr. Graham? Ms. Grange? Mr. Green? Dr. Guy? Ms. Hamilton? Ms. Hannah? Mr. Henriquez? Mr. Henry? Mr. Henry? Mr. Holness? Mrs. Holness? Mr. Hutchinson? Mr. Hilton? Mr. Jackson? Mr. Lawrence? Ms. Lee? Mrs. Malawu Fort? Mr. Main? Mr. McKenzie? Mr. Miller? Ms. Robinson? Ms. Morrison? Mr. Montague? Mr. Morgan? Mrs. Nita Garvey? Mr. Paulwell? Mr. Phillips? Dr. Phillips? Mr. Robertson? Mr. Robinson? Mr. Samuda? Mr. Shaw? Mr. Sibbles? Mr. Slowly? Ms. Smith? Mr. Terrelong? Dr. Tufton? Mrs. Vaz? Mr. Vaz? Mr. Vaz? Mr. Warmington? Dr. Wheatley? Mr. Williams? Mrs. Williams? Mr. Wilson? Mr. Witter? Mr. Witter? Mr. Wright? Madam Speaker,
members, the motion has been approved on a vote of 46 members to 2 abstentions, no, 2 noes, and 15 members absent. So it has been approved by the House of Representatives. Here, Ms. Curtis.
Madam Speaker.
House Leader.
What are you going to do? Madam Speaker, I beg to move for No, that's it. The motion is carried. Madam Speaker, I beg to move for the recommittal of announcements and notices of motions given orally.
Members, the question is that there is a recommittal of the item announcements and notices of motions given orally. Announcements. Those against, the ayes have it. Announcements.
also laid on the table of the House today is the United Nations Security Council Resolutions Implementation, Democratic People's Republic of Korea Sanctions Regime Regulations 2021 and its resolution.
Notices.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Whereas, by virtue of Section 3 of the United Nations Security Council's Resolution Implementation Act, hereinafter referred to as the Act, the Ministry may, subject to affirmative resolution, make regulations to give effect to decisions A of the Security Council under Chapter 7 of the Charter of the United Nations, and B, with Article 25 of the Charter, requires Jamaica to carry out, insofar as those decisions require Jamaica to apply measures not involving the use of armed force. And whereas decisions of the Security Council under Chapter 7 of the Charter of the United Nations require Jamaica to apply certain measures not involving the use of armed force in respect of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. And whereas on the 8th day of November 2021, the Minister made the United Nations Security Council Resolution Implementation, Democratic People's Republic of Korea Sanctions Regime, Regulations 2021. Now, therefore, be it resolved by this Honorable House as follows. 1. This resolution may be cited as the United Nations Security Council Resolution Implementation, Democratic People's Republic of Korea Sanctions Regime, Regulations 2021 Resolution. And 2, the United Nations Security Council Resolution Implementation, Democratic People's Republic of Korea Sanction Regime, Regulations 2021, which were laid on the table of this House on the 23rd day of November 2021, are hereby affirmed.
Notices of motions given orally. Where's the minister? You're doing it. You.
Laid on the table of the House for further considerations. Madam Speaker, it is not intended to do any further business for the day, but just before we ask you for the motion of adjournment, I'd like to make a notice in regards to the Youth Parliament, which will be held on the 29th of November, Monday the 29th. Madam Speaker, this is an annual event that we do in this Honourable House, bringing our young people to acquaint them with the democratic process by way of participation in the legislative arrangements here in this Honourable House in a mock fashion. What it does is to give them an education in the procedures of this Honourable House and to acquaint them with the maze as well as the principle of conducting debates. Madam Speaker, it also enables them to appreciate what representation is all about and the rigor that attends the presentation in this chamber. May it please you, Madam Speaker, and I want to urge members, other than cabinet members who have to be in cabinet on Monday, to be here to be witnesses in this process as the youth of the country acquaint themselves with our parliamentary proceedings. Madam Speaker, in regards, therefore, to the adjournment, I would like to move that this Honourable House be adjourned until Tuesday, November 30th, when the business of the House will be carried through in the normal manner at the George William Gordon House at 2 p.m. on that day. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
The question before the House is that the House do adjourn until next Tuesday, the 30th of November. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. This Honourable House is now adjourned. Ooh.